What's up, fellas? Neon from the future here. Welcome to the second part of the first episode of Castaway Anime. This is the second part of the Summer Anime 2021 seasonal podcast. So if you haven't seen the first part yet, go check it out. Okay, enjoy part 2. I love you. All right, Ev. I hope you're sitting down for the next show that we're gonna be talking about.
Oh no.
You're not ready. I know. You think you're ready. You don't even know which show I'm talking about.
I don't know.
Because then. I know you're not ready to talk about the most hype, most exciting, most edge of your seat show. You ticket pays for the whole seat. You only need the edge. We're talking about motherfucking Opera Girl.
Oh, this one was.
Are you not hype?
I am not.
Why
hype.
are you not hype?
I am not hype.
How could you not be hype for another idol show?
I mean, it isn't just another idol show. It has some things, I guess, that make it stand out. And I am a bit spoiled on this, I will admit. I've read some of the Mal reviews, and I know a bit of what the show delves into, that it tries to make it stand apart. But I'll admit this first episode bored me a lot.
Well, see, your first mistake was going into Mal reviews for any kind of intelligent content or conversation.
Okay, true. You know what? You got me there. I have
My
no
anime
rebuttal.
list reviews are a fucking cesspool of just pure noise echo chambers. It's either like the worst takes or the safest takes, and there's not one intelligent review. They all read the same.
One time I saw someone called Madoka Magica sexist on a Mal review.
Yeah, it's like stuff like that, but like multiplied times 1,000 across the entire website. It's honestly stunning to me how you compare it to something like Letterboxd, which is like 50% shit posts, 50% actual reviews.
I love Letterboxd reviews just because of the shitposty ones. They're so funny.
Oh yeah, that's the curse of Letterboxd, is that the shitposty reviews are the ones that usually make it to the top trending reviews page on the homepage of the website, whereas Mal doesn't have top trending reviews, it just has most recent reviews, and they all read the same. You just find and replace the titles of the shows and the names of the characters.
Alright, so yeah, you got me there on the Mal reviews. So, what did you think of Opera Girl?
I think Opera Girl was kind of bland and kind of boring to the point where I would much rather talk about how shit Mal reviews are and how funny Letterboxd reviews are instead.
It's not awful. It's like, I'd put it in a similar-ish camp to Remake Her Life, where it's not bad. It's not like, it does nothing super incredibly bad. It's just really mundane and uninteresting, and like nothing in it really hooks me. And this one's actually, I think I have a bit more probably to say than Remake Her Life, because I do have a bit more varied thoughts on like the characters, at least the two that we've seen so far. But overall, I'd say very mid, very I'm not gonna watch any more of this because it kind of bored me.
It just kind of played like every other idol show that I've seen the past few years, which I'm gonna be upfront, I kind of fucking hate idol shows. There's been exactly one good one in the past few years, Zombieland Saga.
I knew it would be the zombie
that shit
one.
was like, cause yeah, even that. Well, that's because like it's kind of an idol show, but like it's mostly just kind of the weird slice of life comedy with the funny host manager man voiced by Mamoru Miyano, who just is having the time of his life in the role, and is and even then that show's only like a fucking 7 out of 10 because it sometimes unironically becomes an idol show, and that's when it's at its worst.
I'll admit I am not overly familiar with the idol genre, but every idol show I have begun, I have also dropped within a few episodes. So that should tell you right about there what my thoughts are.
I think Opera Girl might have the least amount of notes, at least like compared to the later shows we'll get, which are all spoiler alert, the 3 bland isekai that came out this season. I think this is the only non-isekai show that I have the least amount of notes for.
I actually have I forgot I had this many notes for Opera Girl, and I don't know why I have so many Wait, no, it's because I was bored. There we go. You know what? That's the answer. Because whenever I'm bored, I go to the thing and type away notes because I don't want to continue watching the show. It's like I'd rather just be typing about the show than watching it itself.
Ev, you're giving such glowing praise to Opera Girl, and we haven't even talked about the actual show yet.
So yeah, do you want me to recap the plot, or do you want to do that? Although there isn't
Go
much
ahead. I've
to
kind of
recap.
forgot. I remember the premise, but you have more notes, so you'll probably do a better job than I would.
All right, so there's this girl named Ai. She's the main character, and she has short blue hair. So you can go ahead and just call her Blue Hair. That's what I did whenever I was watching the show. And she severely dislikes men. And so, and there, I got spoiled on this in the Mal reviews. And yes, it is the most serious version of what it could possibly be. So there you go. That's why the show is getting some of the praise that it is getting, although I don't think it actually has that high of a score. But anyway,
It's only got a 7.3 average, and it's like sitting lower in the popularity charts. It hasn't even broken 35,000 at the time of recording.
Oh geez, that's actually really low.
If you're under 50,000 in a season, in the season you're airing, like no one's watching your show.
So this girl, a male, I think it's like a male fan touches her shoulder and she gets upset about that. And so she goes to her brother and, he sort of consoles her or whatever. And then we cut. There might be a bit more that happens there. I think they like eat a meal together. But the gist of it is Ai is trying to get into like this opera house with a bunch of girls. It's very an elite opera house. And there's this little side thing about the cherry tree that didn't really amount to much, but I guess it was kind of a cute detail. And there she meets Sarasa, who is this blonde, tall girl with twin tails. And after that, they both take the tests to like get into it. And they both get in. And Ai is in there, she gets into this sort of elite place because she is talented and like immensely so. Whereas Sarasa gets in as sort of like, oh, we sort of vibe with this girl. She's super flawed, but we think she has potential. And so I immediately hates Sarasa because it's like, well, I'm good and you're not, but we both got in. Getting in for free.
Well, you are leaving out one key detail about her character that the episode goes out of its way to highlight. She is tall.
I did mention that, like, briefly, but yeah, she is like. At least it feels in the way she's portrayed, like over 6 foot tall or something like that.
I think that's right. Either like that, or she's just like, I don't know, 5.5. She's taller than average, and she's got a good center of gravity. They try to push her over, and she's like, no, no, no.
Oh yeah. So after they both get in, there's basically, the shenanigans you would expect of two roommates being together who hate each other. Oh yeah, they both get into the same room. Sort of skipped a detail there. And then after that, it's just sort of what you'd expect. They go through their lives in the opera house, and that's sort of where the episode leaves off. So yeah.
The only thing that I like about the show that I do not expect them to double down on it, but they are Yuri baiting, which is the only the only line that they've thrown me to pull me in, but it's not enough.
I mean, she hates men. She hates men. It's a match made in heaven.
I know. I did. Literally, my 3 notes on this show are: there's one good character design with the Sarasa girl because she's got Dragon Maid gradient hair, and Dragon Maid is now hooked me on gradient hair designs. The blue girl hates men, so she's automatically base as fuck. And the girls are just in an opera school trying to become the most elite opera girls. Like I completely forgot the exact number, but the blue haired girl was like, oh, only like a select handful even get into the school, and then like there are only 4 groups based on the seasons, and the top scorer in those groups get to become like the top lead roles.
So one of the things I did notice from very early on about Opera Girl is that it feels like people did care when making this, or at the very least the source material, because it has a bunch of like little details that you wouldn't expect in something that like your generic isekai. Stuff like the cherry tree curse, where if you go under the cherry tree, you won't make it past the test, but then they both do because the curse means nothing. There's just a lot of charm in a lot of places, which is why I felt kind of bad not liking it. It was like, well, clearly someone cared, but I don't. I really don't.
It's by Pine Jam, who they're kind of like they're a recent studio. They've been around for like the last 4 or 5 years, I think. They've never made anything I've enjoyed, but they don't make bad looking shows. They've made Gamers, Glitnir, and Just Because, and I think there's like their 4th television show. Oh no, they're it looks like they're 5th. I might be wrong. Someone might correct me on that, but Just Because was really boring. Glipnir looks really fucking
Wait,
good.
they
I
made
just do not like the
Glepnir.
story.
Oh, they made Glepnir.
Yeah.
I fucking hate Glepnir.
Yeah, the story, everything about Glepnir sucks aside from the character designs. I would let that main girl choke me out with her legs.
Very
And
interesting
Gamers,
detail.
Neither here nor there. And Gamers has great character designs. It looks pretty good. Once again, the story content is the worst part of their shows. Yet that's the thing with Pine Jam. They aside from Just Because, which is an original, everything they've adapted, and I guess everything they've written has been not good, but they make it look the best they can. I think they're like a comparatively smaller studio than others. They haven't done much.
Yeah, if I will say one thing about the dumpster fire that was Gleipnir, it looked fantastic, or at least good from what I remember, and that definitely carries over to Opera Girl. It looks very solid. I really do like the visuals of this show. It's not Dragon Maid tier, and there's probably not Idaten tier either. And there's probably a few other shows that look better than it, but it is an above average looking show, and it's like, yeah, the animators did care. At least it looks like they cared.
I don't know if I'd go as far as to call it above average. It's definitely I would call it like the bare minimum of acceptable. Cause like I don't know, what's a show that we've already talked about? Like fucking Detective Is Already Dead looks like shit. Well, I'll play spoiler one more time. Something that like the Realist hero rebuilt the kingdom looks like shit.
We are shitting on Realist Hero so much in this podcast. I can't wait to get to it.
We've shit on it like before the recording. We've shit on it several times during the recording. That's all I care to say about Opera Girl. I will never think about it again after this podcast.
All right, I have actually quite a few more things to say. The main reason why I think it looks above average is because of the character design, which not all of them are like fantastic. I will say that.
I only like the gradient haired tall girl. I think all the other ones just kind of like whatever.
See, like, I don't like Ai's character design on like an aesthetic level, but they all have a very consistent style to them, and it's not what you always see in anime. It's like, it looks similar-ish to, it's like sort of a monogatari in that it looks like everything else, but you can tell that someone just made a few things different to give it its own identity. So I'd say I really like the character designs overall, even though I still think Ai doesn't look that great. Her eyes just look dead. She looks like a corpse reanimated. So the other thing I have to say about this show, yeah, two main other things. Actually, no, three. Never mind. The first thing is that the scenarios are somewhat interesting. You know, they get trained to have like stage awareness, and it's a literal military instructor just like having them march around. And I thought that was pretty amusing, even if what actually happens in the scene isn't really all that interesting. And then
I,
oh, go on.
I was just gonna say that I hope the Japanese tax dollars are the taxpayers rather happy to know that their tax dollars are going to work having the JSDF teach some fucking idol girls how to sing and dance in the opera.
I hope that's real. I'm not sure if it is, but I really hope it is that they actually do that.
If it works the same way it does for us, then maybe.
So the second thing that I liked is that I enjoyed how it's an actual plot point that I got canceled on like Twitter or some shit like that. And you know, everyone recognizes her.
Oh my god, I completely forgot about that.
It's great.
I forgot the blue hair girl got fucking canceled.
But it goes deeper than that because it's an actual commentary on how people like view individuals who have been canceled. Like, I hate to say it's deep, but it is deep because everyone like sort of dehumanizes her, and it's like, ew, you know, she got massively shit on. Don't associate with her at all. I feel like, and like, obviously, once again, I read the Mal reviews. I know why she did it. But it's like no one ever really thinks about that while canceling someone on social media, or like what they might have been through, or anything like that, or like maybe it isn't true. So I thought that was a fun commentary on cancellation. It's cute.
A fun commentary on cancellation. It's cute, he says.
And then the third thing, because the cast for this show I am very bipolar on. So Sarasa, like the tall blonde girl, I like her. She has energy. You know, she's not too distinct from other energetic characters. You know, she doesn't stick in my mind as much as someone like Tomo, I think her name is, from Azumanga Daioh, or like Kyoko from Yuri Yuri. She doesn't stick in my mind as much as like those kinds of energetic characters, but she has like a decent amount of characterization, and I can at the very least get behind her. I fucking hate Ai so much. I cannot stand her.
But she hates men, and therefore she is based. So we know 100% that she is down to munch the gradient carpet of Sarasa at some point.
Gradient
hopefully.
Carpet. I got a visual in my mind.
Surely the carpet matches the drapes, right? Like, why? Like, it's got to match.
I bet it does in Dragon Maid too. I wonder if that's canon.
Maybe she's born with it.
But yeah, I don't hate Ai because of that necessarily. She's just a real downer character. It's like she's constantly pissed off at everyone. She hates Sarasa when she wasn't the one who chose to be in there. She's just not a very likable person. Every time
what you are describing is someone who has been canceled.
True. But like, I feel like I'm being forced into the perspective. You know, I'm looking out like all these girls happy to achieve their dreams, and sort of, you know, they're excited for the prospects of their future. Now I'm seeing Sarasa, who's like, yeah, you know, just bursting with energy, like, I'm gonna fucking destroy everyone here, and I'm gonna be the number one, baby. And I just feel like I'm shoved into the perspective of this just sort of like awful person who really just hates the world. And it's like, I want to have fun here. I want to see all these characters having fun, but no, I'm like stuck in the lens of this character who I do not like and who just hates everyone. And it was really insufferable to me. And I think that's the main reason why I can't really get behind this show. Other than that, there just isn't much fun to be had in the moment to moment. But mainly that I am forced into the perspective of this character who is so bitter. And another thing too, it's like she's a deadpan character, right? And I've sort of voiced this numerous times before, but I am not a big fan of the deadpan character trope. It is easily my least favorite trope in terms of character writing, and there's very few exceptions to that. The only ones I can really think of are like Senjo Kahara, Sakaki, and like Kana, but she's a lolly, so it barely even counts. And so on top of being
kind of emotes sometimes.
sometimes, yeah, I'd still consider her deadpan. Like, on top of being a trope I already don't like, she is just so bitter. I hate her. I really do. She's probably my least favorite character of the season. Except for all the generic isekai
You
ones.
hate her more than the fucking... Yeah, I was gonna say that, and you hate her more than the fucking detective girl.
Yeah, I hate her more than the detective girl. I'll say it. You know, at least the detective girl just was kind of boring. You know, she's almost a character that's fun-ish, but mostly boring. I actively dislike.
Well, that if that's all about Opera Girl, we spent about 10 more minutes than I thought we were gonna spend on it. We'll go ahead and move on to the next show. The Duke of Death and his Maid. I'll lead us into this one. So this is a JC staff show. It's CG, which I was not expecting from the poster, because nothing about the poster looks CG. It's about this dapper gentleman in a black suit and a really nice hat. He has been cursed as a child by a witch that to kill anything that he touches. He's got the touch of death, and he's just trying to live his best life. His parents have sent him away to a mansion to live by himself, so that way he doesn't, kill anyone. And he's got this really pretty blonde goth maid, and unfortunately for our dapped up gentleman, this maid really wants his dick. She does not. It seems like she does not care if she dies.
She is dying. She is dying for dick, literally.
She literally dying to give head. She's constantly lifting up her skirt and showing off her what's the lattice it's not pantyhose, it's like something else. I forget
Stockings?
What the name of it is.
Are we talking about
stockings? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, she's like always bending over, like pulling her top down a little, expose her cleavage, trying. I didn't understand it at first. I thought it was like just teasing, but it seems like she's like kind of tempting him to touch her, which like I didn't know if she was like asking for death or like she's getting off to it.
I think it's just she's getting off to it, which I can respect. I can respect the grind.
She's on her Sigma female grind set.
Yes.
I don't got many notes for this show because I'm be honest, I started skipping around on this one for one reason. This show is CG, and in no way does it benefit from being CG. All of the characters do not fucking animate at all, despite having really great designs. I really like the designs of the two leads. The only thing that moves on them is their faces. Like they just the basic lip flaps, and their expressions are fucking stone faced. Rarely do their eyes even move in shape. And they'll never have one eye. Like this the kind of animation that you can't do in 3D the same way you can do in 2D, or rather the kind you can't do in 3D without a ton of love, care, and effort and work that they clearly did not want to put in.
Yeah, I will say I was very disappointed at first to see CG, because like the character designs are fucking god tier. I love the character designs. They are stellar, moi, but the CG,
bro, dude, the fucking the maid's out design literally made to sell body pillows. It prints itself.
That's probably true, but it's like the CG was clearly a budget move. I don't think there's any arguing that. Maybe it was artistic. I doubt it. I really doubt it. I would bet billions that I don't have on it being a budget move.
Yeah, because like it's like think of other 3D shows that benefit from being 3D, like basically anything Studio Orange makes, like Beastars or Land of the Lustrous, where they'll have action sequences where they take advantage of the free range of movement that a 3D camera provides and allow for better well, not necessarily better, but like it allows for more creative, smoother directing. I remember the directing in Beastars being some of the best I've seen in a TV anime recently, and stuff like the Land of the Lustrous tracking shots. And I can think of none of that benefiting Duke of Death because it's not an action show; it's a rom com, and there's what little directing that I saw in the first episode was completely flat and uninspired.
This is the kind of anime that makes me want to read the manga because the writing is like it's pretty solid. I won't say it's up there. I wouldn't even say it's that good, but it's solid. And I feel like, if a manga, if I read that and read enough chapters, maybe it'll get more fleshed out as it goes on. Uh, it is solidly written. It is not just a horrible mess of a show. It's just poorly animated.
I think I didn't give the writing much of a chance on this one in particular, if only because I was so taken aback. Well, not taken aback, taken out of it just by watching these stiff puppets just barely move. And I'm like, like you, I was thinking, why don't I just read the fucking manga at this point? Even then, it doesn't seem like the kind of manga I would go out and buy. It seems like one I would demo online first before I thought about like picking up a physical copy.
This is why I just pirate things.
I mean, I'll buy physical manga of things that I think I'll like. Like the fucking Dragon Maid manga is one of my all time favorites.
I should totally buy the Dragon Maid manga. Just Kukyo Shinja can have my money.
I really like. I really like that every time we get to a show that we're not big on, we find a way to sneak in conversation about Dragon.
It was
Maid.
like
even after we've had a 90-minute conversation about it.
It was literally the same with Opera Girl. It's like, oh, the gradient hair. That's like Dragon Maid.
Well, that's the thing, dude. Dragon Maid's got a fucking stranglehold on the season. Literally, it's already, like, spoiler alert. I hate to give the game away now, but it's my show of the season, at least.
I mean, I think we both gave it away. Yeah, it's mine too. But, Duke of Death and his Maid, the one thing it really, really reminded me of was, oddly enough, Miss Nagatoro. There was literally a line in there like, stop toying with me, and I was like, yep, Nagatoro. This is literally Nagatoro, except the guy kills things.
Yeah, I'm my mind's a blank. I'm trying to think of anything more to say about Duke of Death. I remember at the end, I thought I was surprised to see that the dude actually was kind of into the idea of being in a relationship with the maid, and it wasn't just a will they won't they thing that they would drag out for the entire duration of the series. And now it seems like the show is going to be about him while trying to find a cure for his curse so that way he can be with the maid girl, is to just deal with her antics without killing her.
See, the vibe I got from like that final conversation was that they were in a relationship, like literally are dating, but they just can't touch each other. At least that's the vibes I got. Maybe I just missed something and have to rewatch it. But I did like that.
It felt like more of a, if like this is the prize, as like he's been depressed his whole life because of the curse, but like this is his light at the end of the tunnel. Like this is his motivation for wanting to break free of the curse, so he can spend the rest of his life with a woman he can actually touch.
Yeah, I do see that. I just saw this in my notes and I forgot about it until literally just now. There was like this alright, so in the final scene, I think she like gives him a rose, or like he grabs it off a bush or something like that and gives it to her, and he's like, "Oh, everything I touch, I kill. It's so awful." She's like, "Oh, a wilted rose means that I forgot the exact symbolism. It's something like,
I think she was saying something like you'll spend your lives together or
yeah,
something like that.
something like we'll be together forever, or something like that. And it's like, that's the cheesiest shit ever, and I love it. I love cheesy stuff like that. It's great.
I mean, it's just the kind of thing where it's like, oh, the goth maid isn't like she isn't. Despite her deadpan delivery, she's got like the sweetums for the main character and genuinely kind of wants to be with him outside the playful teasing. It's like a goth. It's a sexier goth version of Takagi-san.
Yeah, that's accurate. And I was saying Nagatoro. It's like, I like Nagatoro more than this. I'll be honest. It's like the teasing did more for me in Nagatoro than in this show. If I ever read the manga, it'll be to see him progress into like getting rid of his curse / coping with it. It is not going to be for the teasing, because it was way better in Nagatoro, and I could just rewatch that.
And the teasing is way better in Takagi-san, so you could just watch
I have
that.
not seen Takagi-san. I wanted to, but then my friend watched it and told me it was horrible.
It is not horrible, it is cute.
I might give it a chance
It is
now.
literally just it's Nagatoro but without the physical abuse and the bullying. Well, I was gonna say there's actual actual progression in the relationship, but then I remember the last episode of Nagatoro. So
Nagatoro has kind of some. There was even some in the beginning of Nagatoro, but irrelevant.
Yeah, where she goes from outright fucking bullying, making him cry, to just casually hanging around him and making fun of him.
God, now I want to discuss Nagatoro almost, but we're on Duke of Death and his maid.
There might be opportunities in the future. For now, I think we've said our piece about the Duke of Death. So now we're gonna move on to the show that's finally getting the spotlight it deserves from the both of us. How a realist hero rebuilt the kingdom.
Oh yes, I can tear into this. So
I'll let you take the reins on this one.
So I watched. Well, let me set the stage. All right, I had just started watching the season, and I get off of Dragon Maid, and I'm like, okay, what's this season gonna be like? Watch the first show.
Oh, you went from Dragon Maid to this shit?
No. It was first girlfriend to girlfriend. Then it was Aquatope of White Sand.
Okay, that. Okay, you had a steady descent down from the mountain. You didn't go from you didn't hit terminal velocity slipping off the top of Mount Everest.
But anyway, seeing two shows that bored the fuck out of me in a row, it was like, I was desperate. So I got to Realist Hero. And even though I despise this show, I watched 2 episodes of it without speeding up, and I am genuinely not sure how I did it, but I was so desperate for anything anime related to watch that I was just like, this is all garbage, it's never gonna get good, I'm just gonna continue watching this, because at least I don't have to like reset my investment every single time. So
Did you have a rope around your neck watching 2 episodes of this shit at normal speed?
I have 2 huge paragraphs written, if that doesn't tell you what my mood was.
Paragraphs?
Literal paragraphs.
Alright, no, okay. My fucking notes can wait. I need to hear this shit.
It's a lot of general stuff about what makes a show good and why this is dog shit, because I was just so desperate to entertain myself.
You could have made a fucking video out of this shit, man.
So, Realist Hero. So this random boring ass guy, his grandpa dies, so it's like, I've got nothing in the real world. And then this random royal family in Isekai land basically takes him and teleports him to a new world while he's at the library. And at first, all right, I will admit, I started off Realist Hero optimistically. Because even though, I should have known better.
That was your first mistake.
I should have known better.
You should not expect any isekai today to be... You should not give it the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I should have known once I saw the main character's design. But I was like, no, this might be good. Because the first thing the main character does when he's in the isekai world is he gets mad at the king. He's like, you just interrupt my daily life like this? Fuck you. Bring me back. And I'm like, yes, this is characterization.
Literally Shield Hero, by the way.
I have not seen Shield Hero, so I would not know. But I'm like, yes, characterization. This might go somewhere. If they just, reinforce his, like, confrontational-ness, if that's a word. If they just reinforce that, then expand upon it, we have an alright character. So, I continue being just a little hyped. Completely after that point, he is nothing. He is the most milquetoast, non-existent isekai protagonist who is just made to have a harem and say nothing interesting. Actually, I take that back. He has one thing.
Yet another John every anime.
John every anime. He actually does have one almost trait, and it's that he's a quote-unquote realist, right? Which basically means he's smart enough to work out this sort of kingdom's problems. But it's like, that's not interesting. It's just him saying, okay, here's a problem, here's how I fixed it. It's like, well, Kobayashi's like that too. But I don't like Kobayashi just because she's smart. I like her because her entire personality complements that, with her being very pragmatic and logical and assessing a situation when it comes to her, sort of level-headed, like, she's a better realist hero than, like, his name's Kazuya, I wrote it down. She's a better realist hero than the main character of this show.
All I have written down, I'll let you finish your paragraphs after I blaze through my notes real quick. And all of the fucking markings of the generic isekai trademark copyright is here. We have your John every anime, whose only distinguishing traits, aside from being a generally nice guy and bland milquetoast piece of shit, is that he's the realist. That's the selling point of this show. He's not gonna be a fight magic hero guy. He's gonna do shit diplomatically. He's gonna economically and reform the kingdom from within using his facts and logic, and not his bullshit cheat powers. He ends up in Isekai Town because of fucking course he does. And you know what Isekai Town is. The city in the wall. It's like orange or surrounded by a green field.
Yeah.
All I've got down for, because I stopped watching halfway through because I was bored out of my fucking skull. All I saw was that he becomes the king after he uses his Ben Shapiro facts and logic to be like, hey, instead of selling me off to the warring kingdom for bargaining chips to levy yourself in a better position, I'll just become... No, he doesn't ask to become king, he just gives them advice, and then the king is like, damn, you're better at this than I am. Alright, I'll just give you the position. Please fix my kingdom. And the only last note I have from it before I bowed out was that the wizard who summoned him using the hero isekai summoning ritual was named Marx. So unless the show's got some hidden Marxism, utilitarianism going on, then there's literally no reason to even glance at this show.
Even if it did have that, there still wouldn't be a reason, because there's another Marxist propaganda show later on down the line. That's even way more betterer. So
there was another one this season.
Yeah. Dungeon of Black.
Don't tell me what it is, but don't tell me what it is, because I want to be surprised when we get.
All right, I'm gonna keep that ticked in my head. Marxist show, communism. So yeah, I think I have a few more things to say, but it's mostly just general stuff. Do you have anything else to say?
The show looks ugly as fuck.
True.
It's like it barely. It's like literally the fucking default make anime button, the product that comes out when you press the make anime button on the machine, the factory default. I've heard that this is it's like even this Realist here, like rebuilding the kingdom using diplomatic approaches, isn't even original to fucking isekai, because I haven't seen it yet, so maybe I'm wrong about this, but I've heard this happens in Log Horizon.
I have that show in my notes. I still haven't seen it, but I have it in my notes that I'd rather watch Log Horizon.
Yeah, I'd rather watch that. And the only other shows that I can compare this to, like recently that I've seen, is about doing the non-action approach to solving a big problem is Doctor Stone. And Doctor Stone is fucking infinity. It is in another fucking plane of existence over Realist Hero, because that show, on top of looking good, having way better production values across the board, having way better character designs, having way better story, the process of one dude using the power of science to forge his own kingdom in a world of stone that has since lost its technology is just like way more interesting to watch than this dude using his facts and logic to fix a kingdom that he's already stumbled into. Because it's like he's it sounds like he's working from zero, but he's working from a set point that was just basically kind of handed to him. Whereas in Doctor Stone, he literally works from zero, and Senku has to earn every victory that he's given. And the only times he's given things like Chrome's collection of rocks and resources is because he goes out of his way to show off the power of science and forge these relationships.
Honestly, I haven't seen Doctor Show, but hearing that it sounds so much better than real
Doctor Show.
or Doctor. Did I say something else?
Doctor
Doctor.
Stone.
Did I say some?
You said Doctor Show.
Yeah, Doctor Stone. Yeah, that just sounds like infinitely better.
It's so fucking good, dude. Honestly, one of the best show, one of, if not the best shonen airing today. Fucking fight me. I haven't seen Jujutsu Kaisen yet, so maybe I'm wrong, but Doctor Stone gets me fucking. It's gotten me more hyped recently than the recent seasons of My Hero.
I have seen Jujutsu Kaisen mostly. I watched episode like 17, I think. It's pretty good, just letting you know. But anyway, so hold on. I'm looking through my notes a bit. So,
Please give me more of your paragraphs.
all right. So there was one big paragraph I did about charm, and I said this would be way earlier on when I talked about, I think, Dragon Maid. I was like, charm is going to be a running theme between the shows I want to like / do like, and the ones that I absolutely hate and do not want to like whatsoever. It's like with Opera Girl, right? There's the thing with like the military instructor making them all have spatial awareness or whatever. The cursed cherry tree, the pretty unique character design of Sarasa, who's like really tall. There's a lot of very specific details that make you be like, someone really thought about this and put that in there and wants you to have these small things that just make the show stand out so much more. And it can be as simple as like, a small bit of animation, which Dragon Maid is just filled to the brim with. There was like, I think there was one specific scene in Realist Hero where the main character, after a long day of working on fucking paperwork, he sits down and there's like, I'm trying to remember because I think I wrote it down. Yeah, he sees the princess.
He was just working on something.
Yeah, he sees the princess sleeping, and he's clearly like, oh, this girl is cute. It's still a will they won't they at this point. And it's like, I write here, I think I'm just gonna quote it. I'd want there to be like some memorable faces and expressive animation, or like some funny or otherwise intriguing dialogue, but it just happens. There's nothing separating it from any other interaction like this in any other anime. There's no spark or imagination or creativity or whatnot, which I really wish this show had, because it's honestly almost enjoyable at times ish, just because of the premise, but the premise isn't even done well. Oh well, Log Horizon exists and I haven't seen it yet. That is most of my paragraph right there. So in case
you can cut out that bit about Log Horizon, and you've just described the problem with the anime industry right now.
True. This really is just problems with anime industry number 5,000. And
Thank everyone, give a big round of applause. Thank you to Sword Art Online for doing this to us. Reki Kawahara, you have clearly you have doomed anime.
and the last note I sort of want to cover, because are a few more notes, but it's just me bitching over and over again. The one thing I did like is that the country is called Landia, which I know is just to be generic because the author didn't fucking try. But this was back when I was still kind of optimistic, so I was like, that's so generic, it got a laugh out of me. I was like, oh, this is it's like City of Townsville from Powerpuff Girls. It's that level of generic that's just kind of funny.
I did not have any emotion aside from blank void, feeling like I've just been in the void boredom watching Realist Hero.
That is understandable. I do not blame you. So yeah, I think that's about it.
Yeah, we've again we've spent way more time talking about it than I thought we would, but at least we've spent that time doing nothing but shitting on it. So that I'd say that's
overall
a Realist
Hero is a 1 out of 10. Nobody watch it ever.
I would go as far to say Realist Hero is it didn't insult my intelligence like Detective is Already Dead. I would say that's the worst show of the season, but this is definitely the most boring, bland show of the season.
This is way worse than The Detective is Already Dead. I can defend that one for certain things. It tried, it has okay dialogue. This has nothing. It's not the worst show of the season, surprisingly, but it is so close. I think it's like in my bottom 3.
Well, let's see if this next one, continuing the isekai train we got going on, fares any better. We got Spirit Chronicles.
It's faring slightly better, but not much.
I was looking at I was thinking back to watching both. I watched these two shows back to back. These are the last two shows I watched for the podcast. And
oh, you poor soul.
I know. I was like, I might as well get the comparatively more interesting one out of the way before I start wanting to kill myself with the other one. It doesn't have a stupid name. It has just like the kind of name you'd throw on a generic pixel art indie dev JRPG, but it doesn't have a stupid light novel title, so that's something.
Honestly, I think I hate the name for Spirit Chronicles more than Realist Hero, because at least you know what Realist Hero is about, right?
Well, yeah, but it's also just a kind of a stupid light novel title. The story of how the realist hero rebuilt the kingdom. Whereas you hear Spirit Chronicles, and at least like an eyebrow is raised. It's like, oh, okay. It's like, I don't know, something about the word chronicles like gives it like a tale of like, I don't know, an anthology or like a series of stories, and then Spirit gives it the ephemeral wispiness to it.
I mean, I feel like if the cover was like some kind of adventure shonen-y stuff, it's like I could sort of get behind the title, but because I just knew going in, it's like, oh, this is garbage isekai number 5,000. It's like, I don't care.
Yeah, so this one is about I won't call him a John every anime because his design in the real world it starts off generic, but the selling point to this one is that our main hero guy unlike most isekai boys nowadays who get off easy by just getting transported harmlessly into their anime land, our guy here is in a bus, and that bus loses control and fucking like flips out and crashes into other cars along the road, only to again be then fucking destroyed by a bullet train going like 100 miles an hour. Like,
Am I a psychopath for laughing during that scene?
No, you deserve the world if you get any sense of joy out of watching these fucking isekai shows. So our main guy does end up in Isekai Town after this, and the interesting selling point to this one is that unlike him becoming or like not becoming, he just is put into this fantasy world. His brain, his mind is fused into this child's body, and like two people have essentially become one, and they're sharing memories, and because they're now sharing one mind, they've got hazy memories of each other's lives. So the kid, the only thing he remembers that he's clung on to is that his parents were murdered, and he wants to find his his mother's murderers, and get his revenge. And the main dude that died, his last thoughts are about this girl that he had like a childhood crush on as a kid and promised to reunite with in a 5 years time. And I think we see her on the bus just before they all fucking die.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Yeah, so as he wakes up, we see that the kid has gotten himself into some bad shit. He's either been like he's either traveling with a group of bandits a la Guts at the start of Berserk, or he was taken. So we see the bandits. They don't treat him nicely. Also, kind of like Berserk. Not to suggest that this is anywhere near the quality of Berserk. I'm just doing it to give a frame of reference. Um, he gets attacked by these other bandits who killed the masked bandits who killed the other bandits that the kid was traveling with. And before he dies, the goddess comes to him and teaches him his bullshit superpower magic mid murder attempt, and then he just fucking destroys the mass murderer guys. And there's a plot about the princess who was kidnapped, and it turns out that the bandits that the kid was traveling with was with him the girl, they had the princess the whole time, and so he gets wrapped up in this whole not espionage, but just this situation where they think he was in on the kidnapping, so they fucking torture him. And then the prince is like, no, he saved me, I love him now. And then he enrolls in the school, and that's about it.
All right, so I want to go back to the one fight scene, all right, where he gets his powers from the goddess, because this was the point where, despite watching 2 episodes of this, I also did this with this show, although I did end up speeding it up. Despite me watching 2 episodes, that fight scene was the moment I knew this show was complete hot garbage and like legitimately unsalvageable. So if this were a good show,
I don't remember the fight scene being like insultingly bad. It was.
Oh,
it
it
was
is.
not. Okay, maybe I've just like blocked it out of my mind because it's just so boring. It was not as good a fight scene as the one in Detective Is Already Dead, even though, at least animation wise, because like we said before, the detective fight, while the compositing was shit, at least the character animation was good. Whereas the fight that happens in this show is just a generic milquetoast fight.
Okay, I do get that, at least a bit, with it just being very generic, and I imagine your brain probably hazed over it. But there are some very specific things in this scene that really got to me. So if this were a good show, so let's say, you've got your main character, and his life is being threatened. In a good show, unless it's like some kind of like, the characters are used to being in danger, and it's like a high, upbeat comedy or something like that. Generally speaking, there should be a sense of tension to it. And obviously this show is trying to be very gritty, like it shows the main character being homeless and being tortured. It's like, all right, so it's trying to be gritty and serious. But so like he enters this fight and this guy's threatening to kill him. He should be, and he does start off fucking terrified. But then the goddess comes in and he's like, all right, or she's like, all right, here's your new powers. And instantly, he knows exactly how to use them. He loses all sense of fear, and he just becomes an unstoppable badass. And it's like, that's not a plot hole per se, but it's like, if this were a good show and you wanted to keep the tension there, it would be like, oh, holy fuck, I got these new powers, I need to grapple with them, but there's no time to react, I'm about to just get fucking killed. Kind of
Oh,
like
it's
the
not a
sort
plot
of,
hole. It's just shitty writing.
yeah, it's just really bad writing. It's sort of like the memories thing, because they did that one well. It's like, oh, I have these memories and now I have to grapple with that. It should have been the same thing there, at least in theory, but instead it's like, no more fear anymore. He just knows he can destroy this guy just innately. And it's like, all right, you lost me there. There's no tension left. Like, why should I care anymore?
I'm looking at the poster of the show, and it seems like the character. I didn't make it past the first episode, so maybe it happens like later on in the show. It looks like the characters are more like in their teenage years rather than them being children in the first episode. So I think there might be a time skip at one point.
There is. It
So
happens halfway through episode 2.
okay, so tell me about
And
that.
I'm not done with episode 1, but I can go forward to episode 2 just briefly, because I'll admit I sped up through this one on like two time. I think I started off with 1.5 times speed and then ended up with just 2 because I did not care and just wanted it over with. So episode 2, he's being tutored at the castle, and it's mainly about his relationship with this lolly named Celia, and they're friends at school, and he gets bullied at school, and it's like, when in the first episode he does, I'd say this protagonist is very John Everyman, but in episode 1 he does have a personality, sort of. He's sort of like what I wanted the Realist hero to be, in the sense that he has a bit of like aggression to him and sort of like edge. But in episode 2, they remove that from him completely. All the students sort of bully the fuck out of him, and I was waiting constantly to be like, when is he gonna snap and just beat the shit out of them and be like, no, I have a right to be here. The king let me here. Fucking shut up. But he just takes it and is all polite, and whenever he's talking to Sheila, he has nothing interesting to say, no personality. And it's like, well, now it's even worse than episode 1. It's like, now I want to smash my head into a table. It's so boring. And that was sort of why I put it on to 1.5 and eventually 2 speed, because what little personality he had was just wrung out of him. It's like, I don't care.
Yeah, I've got nothing more to say about this show. I do not care to watch it anymore. I like the premise of the two minds merging and melding and trying to deal with the two minds becoming one and trying to decipher their memories. And I feel like that would have played in more if they just didn't do the fucking stupid. The main character's gotta be overpowered. He's gotta fucking not be challenged. If he actually had to like struggle and work his way up to being the best, strongest dude, then that would be a fun watch, because he would have to struggle with trying to be the best on top of trying to figure out himself. But that is too high a concept for the show to come remotely close to grasping.
Yeah, I think even with the characters as they are, if you had to struggle even slightly, it'd be like, okay, I can almost get behind this. I won't watch any more of it, but I can sort of get behind it, see what they're trying to do. But no, it's just completely generic. A few more notes. These are mostly just small things, none of the big overarching problems. I like the design of the small little child Rio, but then he gets a haircut and his design gets like 10 times worse. So I hated that.
I fucking hate when that I swear that's becoming a trend in anime recently. It happened to the fucking dude from Horimiya. It happens to fucking Tanjiro and Demon Slayer. Like they have this nice distinct long hair, and then they fucking cut it, and now they look way worse.
I'm trying to remember Tanjiro and Demon Slayer. Yeah, he did get a haircut.
Yeah, he has the same hair at the start of the show that he does in like his default design, but like when he's doing his first training arc with the old man in the mask and trying to cut the boulder, he has like the long hair that like is like a little longer than shoulder length. I was like, damn, that's a really cool design. And then they cut it, be like, oh, it's not cool anymore. Now it's just like kind of the default generic anime shonen hair.
Yeah, he looks badass in long hair. I did like the memories thing. That was a good premise. And then one really odd note I have is, oh, actually two more notes left. But the first one, during the OP, there's a fight scene, but it has like some really ambitious camera movements, but they didn't fully animate it. It feels like it's just the keyframes. It's like super choppy, so it's like you tried, but not hard enough. It looks like shit.
I remember nothing about the OP. It just fucking washed over my back, like most of the Bland show's openings did.
I wouldn't remember it if I didn't have it in my notes. Let me just say, half of this I only remember because I wrote it down. And then the one last thing I have is, this feels like a dollar store ReZero at times, because it's supposed to be like a dark isekai. It's like, ReZero was slightly darker than usual. The main characters in both shows are put into a life or death situation in the first episode very early on, although Subaru actually does die. Both shows in their first episode have stuff that takes place in the isekai slums. And then both have like this weird, the main characters have this weird supernatural power that they don't quite understand. So I was getting real dollar store ReZero vibes, but this one didn't try.
Yeah, now that you've pointed all that out to me, I would not be surprised in the least if this show was quote unquote inspired by ReZero.
It was inspired by ReZero in the same way that jumping off a cliff is inspired by flying.
I mean, hey, Subaru does do that in ReZero, so...
Oh my god. I remember that.
Yeah, I think we've said our piece about Spirit Chronicles, and now it's time to change gears. It's time to talk about a good show. This is the fucking sleeper hit of the season, and I'm being 100% serious and not joking when I say this. Fucking Life Lessons with Uramichi-oniisan.
Oh, this is gonna be fun, because I didn't like this one.
Okay, alright, explain to me why you did not like it.
Alright, now, I will say, this show, it's like I said with the sort of charm thing, when you have those two generic isekai, they're charmless. One of them sort of tries, the other one doesn't at all, but neither of them have any sort of like charm. Uramichi has charm. The creators who made it clearly tried. They tried something new, and there's tons of small details that do make it a lot more watchable than the other shows, which is why I watched 2 episodes of this, only being mildly bored and not constantly wanting to fucking put a noose around my head and just jump off a cliff. So I will say,
the only reason that I've seen the first episode only of this show is because I was blazing through the rest of the shows this season to get ready for the podcast. If I had more time in my hand, I would have watched every other episode that was currently available, because this show is fucking hilarious.
It's not. And
okay.
I will say, I'd be more positive if I hadn't watched episode 2. But I was like, it feels kind of 5 out of 10, but it's got potential. Maybe it picks up. It doesn't pick up. It only gets worse.
Alright, so here's why Ev is fucking wrong about Uramichi-oniisan. So, Uramichi is about this 31-year-old dude who works on a kids broadcast show. It's like we don't really have an equivalent to their kind of the Japanese children's shows where they have like the people in front of the camera with the kids all around them and they like act out and play. I'd say like the only thing that came to mind watching this is like Nick Jr. shows of old, like Blue's Clues and The Wiggles. Even though that's I don't think that was Nick Jr., but that's neither here nor there. But it's just he's a kid show host, and he is if he has no ambition, no will to live outside from just like living paycheck to paycheck, hoping with like the faintest graspable thread of his soul that maybe tomorrow won't be as shit as today. He is fucking done with life, and that bleeds into the show, onto the broadcast, and the director fucking loves it. And that's just the show. It's not your average kid's show. It's about this guy. He has it's basically like this dude has therapy sessions with the children, and he gives the kids depressing nihilistic advice, and I could watch it for fucking hours.
I liked it at first. The first 7 minutes, I'd say, of the first episode got a chuckle or two out of me. But it's when it keeps on going, and you realize this show has only a few jokes, and it is willing to repeat it over and over and over again until you want to just, I wouldn't say claw your brain out. It's not quite that bad. I don't want to exaggerate, but by the time episode 2 ended, I was ready to fall asleep on my desk and drool all over it. I'd say there are 2 jokes I remember in this show, and it's Uramichi being depressed and hating life, and some of his quips are mildly amusing, but mostly, by the time you get to like the latter half of episode 1, most of episode 2, it's like, please end me. And then there's Iketeru, and I'll let you talk about this first, because my problems with it are in the second episode.
Okay, you're gonna have to remind me who Iketeru is, because I have not watched the show to dedicate enough to my memory of memorizing names outside from the main dude, because his name's in the fucking title.
So he is the purple hair guy who likes dick jokes and is trying to, I think, be a comedian or something like that, or is a failed comedian.
Yeah, okay. I'm really glad you reminded me of this, because he had the best moment in the whole fucking episode. All right, yeah, the purple hair dude. Yeah, everyone on the fucking kid show has a flaw, and that like bleeds into the show kind of. And his flaw, like you said, is that he likes dirty jokes and kind of has the mind of a fucking middle schooler. Because I think they're like fresh to him, because he didn't really experience that. Or he just thinks they're the funniest fucking things in the world. Either way, his segment in the episode where he walks into Uramichi's dressing room and he's just like talking about this scientist dude who's like Richard Felleman or whatever his last name was, and then he's like, Uramichi, have you heard of this guy? And he's like, yeah, I heard about him. What about him? And it's like, don't you think it's funny that his nickname, he'd be called Dick? And the fucking laugh that the voice actor gives is the most genuine fucking performance I've heard in fucking years. It's like the dude read the line in his script, and like in real life in the booth he was just like trying to hold back actual laughter, and it fucking made my heart melt, and I instantly fell in love with this character.
All right, you're gonna like this. I love that scene. It is the best one in the show. The problem...
It absolutely is.
The problem is when you get to episode 2. And it's when my original point, going back to that, this show does not have many jokes. They repeat it again in episode 2. I think it's like twice they repeat it in episode 2. And sure, it isn't as long-winded as the original scene, right? They're just bringing it up sort of in passing almost, but not quite. Because it feels like it's sort of a punchline. But it's like, you're just doing the same thing again. I don't want to hear that again. I want
when you
new
say
stuff.
He repeats the joke, is it like the same name, or is it like the same, oh, Dick is short for Richard?
It's just general like penis related things that make him laugh.
Okay, all right, that sounds like the funniest fucking thing in the world to me. So I thought the way you were describing made it sound like it was like the exact same joke.
No, it's not the exact
I will agree.
Joke.
I will agree that the one thing that this show hinges on, not unlike Girlfriend, is how varied they can make the joke pool. Because Well, it does seem like there is only one main joke, and it's the Uramichi being depressed and giving the kids nihilistic, depressing advice, and him being like wanting to kill himself. But um, whereas in Girlfriend, where after the first episode I was like, oh man, I can see this getting old after like 3 episodes maybe. At the end of the first episode of Uramichi, I was like, I could watch in like fucking 24 hours of just this and be satisfied. It's like
I am not the same.
It's like the Sakamoto Desuga effect. I don't know if you ever watched Sakamoto Desuga, or haven't you heard of Sakamoto?
I've heard of it and I want to watch it because it seems funny.
A lot of people accuse that show of having the same joke of just the main character Sakamoto just being cool, and yes, while that is like the skeleton of the joke, it's funny every time because it's the absurdity of it. He can take it's the guy who can spin any situation and no matter how seemingly uncool and make it cool because he is that guy. Like, you are not that guy, he is that guy, and you will never be that guy.
See, I'm glad that you brought that up because it's shows like Nichijou, alright? Nichijou is like one of the funniest shows ever made, in my opinion. Not sure how much you agree with that. And it's like, the skeleton of the joke is basically the same every time. Sure, there's a few odd ones out there that are really different or like more dialogue based, but the general thing is you get to watch wacky slice of life hijinks in a very over animated way. But that's just the skeleton. It's very, very different each time. It never feels like it's reusing the same punchline, even though it is still the same, base of like where the comedy stems from. Even though there is a bit of variety, it's mostly that one skeleton, but it feels very diverse and constantly finds new ways to catch you off guard.
I think I've already said this in this podcast. I've not seen Nichijou yet, but the clips that I have seen online, I can already tell that compared to Sakamoto, Nichijou does have a wider joke pool. But going back to just the one joke, both shows having just the one joke between Sakamoto and Uramichi, I do think that Uramichi might like it has less flexibility than Sakamoto, because you can put Sakamoto in a variety of situations that may be uncool, that look uncool and maybe even are uncool, but he'll make them cool no matter what. Whereas Uramichi is seemingly, going off of the first episode, is confined to the children's show in front of the cameras with all the children surrounding him, and like the occasional hanging out in the green room with the other children actors, or like hanging out at the bar. Well, the difference being though, is that like I said, like the content, the jokes that I've seen just this first episode were so fucking golden and put just the biggest fucking smile on my face that I'm just being too happy in the moment to even like consider the possibility that this could get old and stale. Like, he fucking that little tirade he goes on with the fucking girl who asks, "Oh, my daddy is younger than you, but he's already got a family. How come you don't have a wife and kids?" He's like, "Listen, kid, all right? Just because everyone's life is different," and then he fucking like, "Just because I spend every night alone watching boring late night TV shows, drinking cheap sake, you shouldn't assume I'm unhappy." That is the moment I fucking fell in love with the show. And then the dude who loves dick jokes talking about, like, laughing about the Dick Richard joke, like, sealed the deal. I was like, okay, I can watch this literally forever.
Going back to the dick scene, because I did have one more thing to say about it. Love is War did a very similar sketch to it, and I thought that one was funnier.
I did think the same thing. Well, like, Love is War is one of the funniest shows ever made. It has like the joke is funnier, but like what stuck with me about the scene from Uramichi was just the dude, the voice. In fact, I'm gonna look up the fucking voice actor's name right now because I care that much. Oh my god, it was Mamoru Miyano. Oh, fucking course it was. Oh my god!
Nice.
All right,
I'm
see
gonna
that? Okay, now it
pretend.
makes all.
I'm gonna pretend like I'm
Okay,
cultured
it's
on anime voice actors.
I'm not that cultured either. It's fucking the dude from Zombieland Saga.
I'm gonna pretend I
The
watched
the
that.
manager, the manager producer dude. He's just kind of known of giving over the top performances, or like at least with that one. I'm looking through his track record right now, trying to see big names that he's done. He's done Gundam. He's done some stuff for Lupin. He's done stuff for K. Oh, he was the main dude in K, but I've heard K fucking sucks. But that besides the point. Just his fucking laugh. It made me, aside from Dragon Maid, it made me feel the most emotion out of any other show this
Oh
season. And
damn.
just being able to like feel that like level of charm and happiness just from watching a show, I'm like, okay, you've won me over. What else do you have to offer?
Guess
And
that one hit you deep.
maybe it doesn't have any more. Maybe it doesn't have anything more to offer aside from that. But I also, all right, there is one more outlet that maybe might be holding out on us in, and that is Uramichi can occasionally give really solid advice to these kids. It's just masked, drowning in this sea of nihilism and self-deprecation. Like when that little boy is crying during the broadcast, he's wiping down, he's kind of consoling the kid. He's like, listen, kid, you have to learn to stop crying on your own as an adult, because no one's gonna be around to comfort you. And on the most base level that like you can interpret it as, it's like you understand what he's trying to say, but it's so wrapped in his own self-deprecation and him wanting to kill himself that it just becomes funnier, because he wants to die. There's no other explanation. If you put a loaded gun in front of him, he would take it and blow his fucking brains out.
But see, you mentioning that just made me think, well, if I want a character who wants to die in a comedy show, why wouldn't I just watch Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei? Or at least season 1, because season 1 of Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei is like legit funny and has multiple jokes. You know, season 2 got a bit too repetitive and like the same joke, but season 1, it's like, alright, this character wants to die and they find a billion different ways to make that funny. It's like, I want to watch that now. Not fucking Uramichi with the same joke over and over again, the same iteration too. It's like, I want to see Uramichi in the real world, because I feel like the sort of TV show setup is almost like, it's like restricting it. I want to see him interact with life in like this depressed way, just for a bit of like variation.
That's the beauty of the show, dude. When like that Uramichi you're getting on the TV show, that is the real Uramichi. He's like, despite his best trying to put on like a happy face and trying to be like, okay kids, it's time to do the funny dance. He can't help but be like, listen kid, my life, it fucking sucks, but you shouldn't assume that it sucks just because I do these fucking depressing things in my life. Everyone's life is different. You shouldn't automatically assume mine is bad because I spend my weekends sitting at home watching shitty television shows and smoking my problems away. And we haven't even mentioned the fucking mascots yet, who I thought weren't gonna be as funny as they were, but they went and they pulled a multifaceted joke. They set up the bit where the one dude, I think he's either in the bear suit or the bunny suit, I forget which, but it's the dude who's a little more likes to take the piss out of Uramichi, making fun of him for being like a former gymnast, and now instead of having all these exciting career prospects of being an athlete, now he's doing this kid show, and like his body might be like losing from him. The first time Uramichi hears him take the piss out of him, he's so fucking depressed and tired that day that like he can't muster the energy to be angry. It's just complete indifference, committing to the character. And then at the very end of the episode where he's within earshot again, and this time he's going a little harder on him, going a little too hard on his figure and his body. Then it goes all the way back around. It's like the indifference turns back into anger, and he fucking wallops him over the head. And it's just good. It's funny. It's good, and I want to see more of it.
I feel like a sociopath watching the show because I didn't laugh at any of what you laughed
That's
at.
because aside from like the mascots, all of the other characters are fucking sociopaths. Well, okay, only Uramichi is really a sociopath. Everyone else just has problems. Like the dirty joke dude. We haven't even mentioned the fucking the train conductor lady who's really cute. And her thing is that she just wants her boyfriend to fucking propose and make her a wife already. Because all her friends are getting married and having kids.
I'll be honest, I completely forgot about her. I remembered she was in there, but I forgot her gist.
Aside from that scene, like explaining what her deal is, and the scene near the end of the episode where her and Uramichi are like doing some art, like drawing time on an easel, and then Uramichi draws this fucking bird creature that shows up in his dreams, and she's just like, dude, what the fuck is this? It's so good.
Do you have anything else to say?
It's good!
I only really have one other comment to say that's sort of just an aside, which is at the beginning of episode 2, there's this gag with like a bunch of I'm sorry if this is a bit of a spoiler, you might not have remembered this from the OP, but there's this gag at the beginning of episode 2 with a bunch of those same bird, like creepy bird drawings, Birdman drawings he drew on the little thing, and they're flying in baguettes in space, and there is a whole fleet of them, and it's like, that's something completely wacky and would feel at home in Nichijou. So theoretically it's funny, right? But the thing is, it's sort of shown very gradually, all right? So when I saw just one of them, I was like, oh, there's a scene from the OP where there's, like a bunch of them filling the sky. So the next thing, they're going to zoom out and show all of the different birds flying in the baguette. Yep, that's exactly what they did. I am not laughing because I saw it coming. I am just mad.
I have not seen the second episode yet, so I'll withhold judgment on that. The only thing that I can glean or interpret from it is that it sounds like the joke with the bird thing is that his life is so mundane and so miserable that his psyche has to like fucking whip up this weird bird creature character in his dreams that rides on a baguette in space, if only to inject his life with any kind of like creativity or passion, or like just something to make him go, oh wow, that's kind of weird. And like even then it sounds like that's gonna become a fucking hindrance on his life, because that's like the only thing that's remotely out of the ordinary about his life, and like that is gonna be sad to him because, oh man, is this what I get to look forward to, having a fucking weird bird creature show up in my dreams?
See, I didn't read all of that from it. I was just like, dream's weird. Cool.
Alright, well, it sounds like we've said all we needed to say about Uramichi. I think it's great. You don't think it's great.
It's like a 4 out of 10.
I'm not in the habit of giving shows scores until I've finished them, but if I were to judge my experience watching the first episode, I'd say it's somewhere around an 8. Cause it's not a looker. It doesn't really, from what I remember, it didn't really animate that well. It's just kind of like the bare minimum. It's got good artwork. It's got the facial expressions that Uramichi makes every time he goes into fucking. It's like that face that he makes, just the fucking like the dead-eyed, kind of like staring into your soul while he's talking to the kids, while he's just simultaneously bearing his emptiness and his wanting to die in front of these kids. That face is worth 1,000. Yeah, that one picture's worth 1,000 words, and all those words are just "I want to die" repeated until it hits the 1,000 word mark. All right, so we'll go from a show that I thought was a laugh riot to a show that purports itself as a comedy, but I watched the whole thing and I didn't laugh once. It was a very not funny, didn't laugh kind of show. Fucking what is the English title for this fucking show? Something cheat pharmacist slow life making a drugstore in another world.
Oh no. Oh, I remember. I want death.
So this is you have become Uramichi. So this show is by EMT Squared, who is my least favorite studio in
Oh
the anime industry
jeez.
today. They have made literally nothing good, and they've made quite a handful of shows. I have not seen everything they've made, so maybe they've made something decent. But from what I've seen, I fucking hated Love Tyrant. I did not like Assassin's Pride. The Record of Ragnarok. No, that's not. No, Record of Ragnarok is a different show that came out. That was on Netflix recently. The Master of Ragnarok and the Blesser of Einherjar is one of the worst shows ever put to television. It's mentally scarred one of my friends. And this is just yet another show in a line of kind of just air, just pockets of air that you breathe and then you move on with your life.
Yeah, it feels like just watching. It's not even air. It feels like you're watching your own descent into hell. It is maddening trying to find anything fun about this show. I will be upfront. This damn near made it my worst. Like damn near was my worst show of the season. It barely got eked out on like my last binge before we did the first part of the podcast. But I think it's number 2. I think my bottom 3 were Realist Hero, this, and I won't spoil it. But yeah, this was horrendous. And right now I'm like highlighting a bunch of my notes. Just the important ones because, good lord, I have a page of this shit.
I wouldn't go as far to say this is one of the worst shows of the season. It definitely is. It's more of a disappointment. Like, I actually kind of went into the show expecting it to be a little better than it was, because it is an isekai. You would not have picked up on that in the first episode, because at no point in the first episode does it look like an isekai. It just looks like a regular fantasy comedy. It is about this dude. I wouldn't call him a John every anime. His design is at least a little more distinct than that, but he's generic isekai man. He opens up a drugstore in a fantasy world, and I assume using his super duper pooper scooper powers of alchemy and chemistry, he just makes really good drugs. He makes the super potion, which is like the most prominent thing in the episode, which is, I think it's literally just like fucking Red Bull, or it's like just an energy drink that I'll just call Red Bull, and it just gives people caffeine and energy. It makes an old man who's like nearing the end of his career with carpentry build a building real fast, and like the most obvious jokes you can think of with this kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's a comedy. Like it committed one of the literal worst sin a comedy can make. It didn't make me laugh once the entire episode, and it tried, mind you. It, like, Lord knows that it tried. It's got a fucking werewolf lolly meme mascot bait character. There's a ghost girl who has a transparent wisp at the top of her hair, and I fucking hate it.
I'm so glad you brought that up.
It's like, I get why it's there, because it's the only, because like, oh, she's a ghost, but like, she has like normal legs. It's not like her body ends in like a wispy tail. It's like only the top cowlick of her hair ends in a wisp, and it's not even like a flowy wisp that you usually see with ghosts in animation. It's like, it's just like someone took the brush tool in Photoshop, brushed it out, left the part of the transparent layer there, and it's like, okay, that's fine. And that's the only thing you'd be able to tell she's a ghost. And every time I saw it, it distracted me, because it was all I could look at, and I fucking hated it.
Hold on, you said distracting. My first note of the entire show is literally, I hate the blondie's little half-invisible fading out hair floof. It's really distracting. It's the exact... We both have the exact same thoughts about it. Because it's like, couldn't they have tried just a little harder to design like an actual ghost character? Like maybe make
they
the
could
hair...
have done like literally Yeah, like they could have done literally any of the other ghost character tropes. They could have given her the fucking will-o-wisp flame or let her legs end in the fucking ghost tail. But like no, the only thing ghost about her is that she the fucking transparent wisp at the top of her cowlick, and the fact that she floats sometimes, even though she mostly spends her time walking around on the floor. So what's the fucking point?
They could have colored her fucking blue, and that would have been a better design choice than that dumb cowlick.
And then the werewolf lolly, who's the most like blatant attempt at trying to be a meme mascot character that I've seen in a while. Like she is cute. Like she does cute things, but I every time she did a cute thing, I was not like endeared to her. Okay, when I see let's continue the trend. When I see Kana do a cute thing, even though you could make the argument that Kana is like a cutesy mascot kind of character, and I would believe you if you said that. When she does a cute thing, she does like various cute things, and they're funny, and they have they're also blended and melded as part of her character. Like when she does the widened mouth, unhinged jaw like a fucking snake, but like with a potato face and just eats whatever. Like that like ties into part of her character because like she eats, and every time she eats she has like she has a refined palate, and she'll eat fucking anything from like a well-cooked meal to just fucking like bugs and crabs. And that's funny because just the act of seeing her go like nom nom onto a cicada on a tree, or just sitting on the beach blank-eyed white-eyed stared and just snatch down a crab without even thinking about it, just pop it in her mouth, that's funny. When I see the werewolf lolly in this show just go woof woof and like play around, and like people go to pet her, but oh no, she only likes it when her master touches her, I'm like I roll my eyes, I'm like at least you're trying. I'll give you the fucking participation award. At least you tried.
See, when you were describing those things that Kana did, it's like, yeah, Kana's a bit of a mascot character, right? I'll just admit it, all right? Being harsh on my own show, I know. Or not my own show, but my favorite show, the one I like.
There's
But it's
well,
like, it's
let's
like,
let's get something clear. There's nothing inherently wrong with being a
yeah.
mascot character. Like everyone fucking loves Pikachu because Pikachu like has, at least when we think of anime Pikachu, like Pikachu has a character, and with the things that Pikachu does like help characterize Ash's Pikachu as that way, and like that's why when you think of Pikachu, your first thought is to tend to go to Ash's Pikachu rather than like just the generic idea of Pikachu. Like if you hear the name Pikachu, your mind is gonna go more likely to Ash's Pikachu 100 times before you're gonna think of Ryan Reynolds Detective Pikachu, and that's like more. You can argue that's more recent in the cultural zeitgeist.
Like when you talked about like all those things, like specific things Kana did, I have it burned into my memory, all the different cute things Kana does, because it's distinct, it's memorable, it's most of all very charming. It's like someone worked on this character and tried to bring her out in like the cutest, funniest, best ways possible, to the point where even though, yeah, she's the show's mascot, I'll give it that. But she doesn't feel like that while you're watching it. It feels like you're watching a real character with these real tics. When you described what Noila was doing, I genuinely did not remember what you were referring to. I don't have that into my mind, even though it's been nearly a year now since I've rewatched Dragon Maid, and it's been like a week since I've seen this show. Genuinely, Kana's tics are just burned into my memory that much because she's that distinct. Whereas Noila is just
Yeah,
like, who cares?
When Kana does a cute thing, I do not feel like I am being pandered to. Like I am being pandered to sell anime merchandise. When I see the werewolf lolly do a cute thing, I feel like, oh, you're trying to get me to buy like fucking little body pillows or figurines or acrylic stands of her.
See, I will admit this, all right? Noila, and I'll admit, I was very much looking for things to like after a certain point, even the tiniest thing to hook onto, because I was that bored. Noila was my favorite character because she has energy in an otherwise fucking lifeless feeling show that made me want to just sleep. I'd rather sleep than watch this. But it's like Noila at least has energy. She has something to her. I feel like none of the other characters really have much to them. Although there is a bit more I'll say on the characters later. But yeah.
Yeah, I will agree. Noera, I think that's her name, the Wolf Girl. She does have the most character, if only because, like, yeah, she is the most energetic. But everyone else is just fucking. Like, the only other character who has energy in the show was the crazy redhead autist girl who got jealous of her, like, either a prince or like an earl, like some kind of royalty boyfriend, and she just got fucking crazy stalker obsessed every time he would even like so much as talk to another girl. And that would just cause her to fucking writhe around like she was possessed by the demon from the fucking Exorcist.
Her name is Ferris, and I know that because I put it in my notes. Can Ferris shut the fuck up? I have that in my notes.
I yeah, her voice, I do remember her voice being annoying, and I like this whole time going back to the not funny didn't laugh. Like the whole time that I see her writhing on the ground, like convulsing and going off in a crazy autistic spasming all around the floor. I'm like thinking to myself, am I supposed to find this funny? Am I supposed to be laughing like, haha, look at the crazy autistic stalker bitch being a crazy autistic stalker?
See, loud can be
Like,
funny, but if it's not, it's irritating. And Ferris is solidly not funny, but rather incredibly irritating to the point where I want to shoot myself. It's like the voice actor did a good job, right? They did too good of a job. Please tone it down.
aside from that, I remember he just gave like literally all the dude gave her was just some fucking tea and just to calm her ass down. I got like I think maybe it was infused with like his special super duper magic powers to make her like calmer than most teas would do it because he's like he's got the special snowflake drugstore. But it's just it's just nothing. Like the show, like it's almost more disappointing than other shows because like at least when I went into fucking Realist Hero, I expected that to suck ass. When I went into Cheat Pharmacist, I thought at least maybe it would be funny because I thought some of the trailers looked decently funny. Aside from the stupid fucking wisp thing, I think the art isn't bad. I think it's bright. It's a little desaturated, but it's like it's 100 times more pleasant to look at than something like Realist Hero.
See, you've said it's a comedy like 5 times at this point, and I keep on, because I get lost in other tangents, I keep on forgetting to say that I did not realize it was a comedy. It feels very Iyashike to me, and I guess it is supposed to be a comedy, thinking back on it, but it's like it's so unfunny that I thought it was Iyashike.
Well, here's the thing about Iyashike. Iyashike does not really have like chaotic humor, and I would definitely classify the fucking redhead autist girl as a element of chaos.
Yeah.
And which is like kind of the tonal dissonance to an Iyashike kind of show. But yeah, it's most certainly a comedy because it tried to make attempts to laugh. All right, what was your gut check emotional reaction, like point blank, to the ghost panty joke?
I genuinely don't. Wait. No, I now remember it. It was. Oh, okay. That's happening, I guess. God help
Like
me.
why does the ghost wear underwear? Why is she not like literally fucking have she could just be a fucking set of clothes. Like why does she have why does she even care?
I will say, the best part of this show is, at least in my opinion, the resolution being that Ferris just needed to relax. She just needed some tea. I thought that was cute enough. If it were a show with actually good characters and good jokes, I would have been very satisfied with that conclusion. But because it's at the end of fucking Cheat Pharmacist, it's like, okay. It's like a sprinkle on top of a mountain of shit. It's like, okay, you did a good thing, Now make up for this, please.
Yeah, as soon I actually didn't skip ahead in this episode. I gave it the full normal speed, full episode
How?
watch, and by the end it was like, well, you had they it, I was waiting for the funny. I'm like I'm in the fucking I'm in the meme where it's like keep digging guys. We have to find the funny, and the funny was gone. It was long gone.
I feel
It
like
was no funny.
I'm
There is no
you
fridge.
seeing me watch Realist Hero on normal speed because I turned the speed up so quick on this show. I don't. I think the most I got was 1.5 because this was like one of the first shows I watched on a higher speed, and I was like, okay, still getting used to it. Because normally, if I don't like a show, I just click off within the first 5 minutes. But it's like for these, I wanted to give them more of a chance, so I turned it on to like 1.25, 1.5. You know, very very early on, and I actually have a note of this. I was like, this is the first time I've sped up a show during this binge. I want this to be over. I have it on 1.25 right now, and it's already so much more tolerable.
Yeah, some shows will do that to you.
I have a
Well,
surprising.
I think
I actually have a surprising amount more to say because I highlighted a bunch of notes. Actually, how many of these did I already do?
I've already gone through all my notes.
Oh, okay. So here's the big thing that I wanted to talk about because I think I've got no, I haven't got everything else, but this is the big one, which is that I think the main thing that rubs me off about this show, that sounds like a masturbation joke. The main thing that rubs me the wrong way about this show is that everyone's just so nice. There's no conflict between the characters because normally in a comedy, right? I'm thinking like Nichijou, right? You know, Mio and why am I forgetting the main character's name? Yuko. Mio and Yuko are constantly getting into fights with each other. That's where a lot of the humor comes from. You know, and it's like, you know, like sort of conflict there almost. You know, humor that arises from conflict. But here, everyone's just smiling. They're not having a reaction to anything except to smile. You know, sometimes it's like, oh, you see Ferris being a psycho bitch, and so you react like any normal person would to that. But it's like everyone's just so nice to each other. There's no energy to anything they say because it's just always smiles and kisses. And I think that's
I
the big
think
thing.
that is. I think that's kind of that's why you felt it more as more of an Iyashike show than a comedy. I did like get that similar vibe. The way you're describing it, it is kind of normal for Iyashikes to not have like terrible conflict, or at least, well, as not to say like Nichijou has terrible conflicts, but like to have the most low stakes minor conflicts possible. Like I know you famously don't like this show, but like I think of something like
I was
Eurocamp
actually about to bring that up
where
as a
the
positive
worst,
example.
yeah, yeah, like the worst conflict that happens in Eurocamp is that Rin doesn't want to go on a group camping trip because she prefers solo camping, but then Nadeshiko talks her into it, and now just after having one talk, then they go on a group camping trip. That is the biggest conflict that happens in season 1 of Eurocamp because it's not a plot show. It's look at these pretty backgrounds. Look at the cute anime girls vibing to just camping. Look at them being cute. Look at them be funny.
But see, like I'm thinking more like dialogue, you know, like when a character in a comedy smacks another one because they said the wrong thing. That's like, you know, kind of funny in the right scenario. And it's like not Nichijou. Camp has like a little bit of that. You know, you see like Nadeshiko doesn't just smile to everything. She sometimes, you know, she has a bit more character and a bit more of like varied reactions. And sometimes Rin is like, ew, that's disgusting. It's like there's still more to it than just, oh, I'm happy, you're happy, we're all happy. hugs and kisses.
Yeah, there's way more chemistry in
Yeah.
Eurocamp. Like despite Drugstore and Eurocamp having similar levels of low stakes, Eurocamp has way better chemistry between its leads, whereas everyone has the same personality in this show.
Yeah, and then my final note, aside from okay, yeah, this sucked, which was my final one, is at the very end, the main character, and I guess because I didn't realize it was an isekai until you just told me, but he was like, ew, a normie having a fulfilling life when he sees him with like a girlfriend.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
That felt so out of character because he's so nice to everyone, and it's like,
yeah, he's the fucking normie.
dude, he has like 2 girls around him. Why is he upset at a happy relationship? I don't get it.
Yeah, the wolf girl, like, I know it's just it's a portrayed as like a cute oh, master, give me head pats kind of relationship, but you know, if this were like if this were written by, say, fucking, like, if this were written by fucking Cool Kyo, he'd be like, oh, master, let me suck your dick.
That's
She'd
so
be
true.
all over that ass. But I don't know. Can you muster anything more to say about Drugstore?
It sucked. I hate it.
I'll give it the pity award for at least trying, which is more than I can say for some shows. All right, so we'll move along right into the next show. So we'll go from one comedy that I was able to watch the whole way through to one that I started skipping around and speeding up the episode. But you told me that you really like this one, so this will be one we'll disagree on, and we're going to be talking about Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy.
All right, this is going to be interesting. Considering you started skipping around with this one.
All right, I'll let you since you told me that you've seen what, like 4 episodes of Tsukimichi?
I have seen 5 episodes, and there is a 6th one out that I am currently waiting on to watch.
Alright, well, since you are clearly more of a Tsukimichi stan than I am, I'll let you take this one.
So, Tsukimichi is about, an average guy, and he just randomly gets isekai'd in his sleep because his parents are apparently from another world, and they did a little, basically made a deal with the goddess where it's like they'd give up their most prized possession, the thing they love most, if they're able to stay on Earth. I think that's what it was. And so, the main character gets isekai'd in front of the goddess, and, he walks up to the goddess and he's like, oh, yay. And then the goddess is like, you're fucking ugly. I'm going to put you in this discreet corner of the world because you're so ugly. Please don't bang any girls here because I don't want your genes spreading in the population.
She literally, once he shows up, she literally goes, how are you that small? And then just fucking shits on him the entire time.
So that was great. And so I'll probably just recap episode 1 from here. He basically, he's walking around the wasteland for 3 days, and then he sees a girl. Turns out the girl's a pig. Literally, she is a pig girl. And so he saves the pig girl. However, out of fear of triggering a romance flag, he runs away from her because the pig girl takes her back to the cave with all the other pig people. And out of fear of triggering a flag, I think he runs away. And then
he wants no
tries
part of the pig
to
pussy.
yeah. And so he tries to knock out this thing that I forget exactly what it was, but basically
I think it was just like a dragon,
right? Yeah, it was a dragon, but there was also a bit more to it than that. I think it was negatively affecting
his memories or something.
I think it was Tomoe was there, or I guess not Tomoe, as far as you are in the show, but trying to remember the name of the dragon. Sheen. Sheen was there, but there was another thing that Sheen wasn't really involved with, but just kind of happened to be in the area, and Makoto was trying to get rid of that because I think it was negatively affecting the pigs. but he wanted to stay far away to avoid triggering that flag. So
He's
he takes that out. Oh, go on.
he's got to count his blessings, man. Some of us aren't even lucky to get fucking pig girl pussy.
So he destroys the thing, and then he meets Sheen. And Sheen is a dragon that can look at his memories, and through just overwhelming power, he makes Sheen basically his slave. And that is the end of Tsukimichi episode 1 and the beginning of his animal girl harem.
So here's here's the thing about Tsukimichi to me. It is simultaneously the most unique and yet the most derivative isekai of the season. It is the most unique in the sense of, like, I can tell I've seen how the realist hero rebuilt the kingdom 1,000 fucking times under all different names. I've seen fucking Spirit Chronicles, the same show, just called something different. Tsukimichi has the most unique identity, at least compared to these ones. Have him about, like, he comes from a family of isekai people, and he is in contact with both like the moon god and this goddess that shits all over him, and then he's chucked into the boonies. And, like, the most distinct thing about this show to me was the pig girl, because I can't think of, like, the last time I saw a pig character in anime was fucking Porco Rosso, and I haven't seen that movie. But the thing about Tsukimichi is that the very first note that I wrote down for it was that this is just Konosuba, but if Konosuba gave the joke away immediately. Because literally the first thing we see in the episode is him giving his narrative like, "Hi, I'm fucking main character Isekai Man, and this is my story of how what I thought was going to be my super cool new life as an Isekai character was actually turned upside down by all of these wacky girls."
I can kind of get behind that criticism. I'm just going to say my biggest criticism with the show right here, because, since we're on that, it's that Tsukimichi thematically, Makoto is a protagonist who's supposed to be down on his luck. But then he gets special powers from the one dude up in heaven who then sleeps for like the next 400 years. He has 2 hot women as his harem who are basically his servants and follow him around everywhere and both fight over his dick. It, in terms of being a down on his luck character, what was his name from Kazuma?
Yeah.
Kazuma is a much better down on his luck protagonist in that sense, and Konosuba definitely commits to the joke harder.
What works about Konosuba in that sense is that Kazuma is down on his luck because he's kind of a shit. No, not kind of. He is a shitty person,
Yes.
And the reason that he so often finds himself down on his luck is because his own plans and his own actions backfire. Whereas this dude, like, he gets shit on by the gods for literally no reason. She just decides that, "No, you're ugly, I hate you, get the fuck out of my face," and then, like, just dooms him to die if not for the god giving him his powers. And, like, and even then, they still do the fucking thing where it's like, "Oh, you're only level 1, but you're so overpowered, you fucking mastered this fire spell immediately." And, like, you should have a level 400 with your power level. And it's like, after that, I just checked out and I started skimming. And, like, I think they tease some interesting shit about how he thinks he had a chance with a girl in his archery class back in the real world, and he fooled himself into thinking that that was how it actually went down, but in reality, he wasn't as cool as he thought, or something like that.
It was his fantasy of what he wanted to happen being mixed in with the actual memories, I think it was.
Okay. And another... go ahead, sorry.
Oh, go on.
No, you go ahead.
I get where you're coming from with Konosuba, but the thing is, alright, I'm gonna get a lot of shit for this, alright? It has been a hot minute since I've seen Konosuba, but I did not find it particularly funny.
Die. And die right this second.
I see it more as a misadventures show, because Konosuba is good. I like Konosuba. But I see it more as a series of fun misadventures, unless I am laughing my ass off every minute. More of a Nichijou Love is War fan myself. But I see Tsukimichi the same way, where I agree. It isn't that funny. There are a few good jokes here and there, and I will get to one thing that consistently amuses me. That's mostly in the later episodes, not so much in this first one, but it's mostly not all that funny. If I want a funny show, I'm just gonna watch Nichijou. But I see it as a series of misadventures, and through that lens, I think it is outright great.
With Konosuba, how much of Konosuba have you seen?
Both seasons, not the movie.
Okay, well, season 2 is definitely way funnier than season 1, and then the movie is like easily the best piece of Konosuba content. Um, there is like the thing about Konosuba outside of just the comedy, just in general being good, and like you are right, it in a way it is a series of misadventures that somehow leads to the characters like they actually, despite how inept and dysfunctional they are, it's not because they're overpowered, but it's because they're so inept and dysfunctional that it somehow comes around to like they, whether it just being like annoying the enemies to death, or just using their underdog status to like using their unassuming powers of, oh, the fucking, yeah, darkness is no good at fighting, but she can tank shit, and because of her sadism, well, not sadism, her masochism, and that allows them to get the jump on the Doulahan, who can't really deal with that, and while he's simultaneously being weirded out by it, that allows him to get destroyed by the Konosuba gang. And it's like through these misadventures that they are able to come out on top, whereas this dude's just generic overpowered.
Do you mean generic in the sense of personality? Because I will fight you on that.
I didn't. He has more personality than the average isekai protagonist. I'll give you that. Like, just him not wanting pig pussy already put him higher than the dude from Spirit Chronicles and the dude from Realist Hero. But he is definitely not a character that I cared to think about. He didn't have a John Every anime design. This is the most distinctly designed isekai of the. I guess I said 3 earlier, but I forgot that Chidi's isekai counts. So like he's got the eyes. Like the eyes are the most distinct thing about him. He's got the large white, like it's like it's the kind of eyes where it's mostly the white space, the white negative space, and then like the vertical black ovals.
I absolutely love Makoto's design, and in terms of his personality, I really like it too. It's like the perfect mix of like pessimism and optimism. At least that's the way I see it. To where, it doesn't make him overly pessimistic to the point where it's like who makes me want to just off myself, but it isn't optimistic to the point of being like, you know, I guess to quote Opera Girl again, Sarasa, it's just that perfect mix that gives him enough pessimism to be, pretty rude to people occasionally. He's pretty frank in the way that he talks to Tomoe, who's Sheen as a dragon girl, and Mio, who's a character later on in the show. And I'll get into that a bit probably, although you haven't seen it, so I'll probably skim over it a tad bit. But it's the perfect blend that I think makes him a very fun character to watch interact with the world. He's sort of like Araragi, where even though he doesn't fit generally into like any specific trope, it isn't a trope done well. It's just sort of, it almost feels like a blank slate done well, which sounds like an insult, but I'd say it's a compliment. I really like Makoto.
I was saying earlier that this was like all simultaneously the most unique and the most derivative isekai, and aside, like, I again, like, going back to the Konosuba thing, I think of like both scenes of Kazuma and what's his name, Makoto, being summoned in front of their respective goddesses, and the joke in Tsukimichi is just that the goddess, just for whatever reason, just decides that he's ugly and she fucking hates his guts and wants to doom him to death. Whereas in Konosuba, it's a multi-tiered like stage of events that escalates into one big moment where Kazuma gets summoned from death for what he thinks he did was something heroic and laid down his life for a greater cause. Whereas Aqua's is quick to burst his bubble to be like, "Oh no, you died from a heart attack because you thought what you thought was a truck was actually a tractor, and when you died, you pissed yourself." And when the doctors found you, they laughed themselves so hard they started crying, as did your parents. Just to hammer home how this dude is just so fucking pathetic. And then as like she is continuing to be rude to him as he's about to be isekai'd into the fantasy world in a act of defiance, just to be like, no, fuck you. It's like, all right, the one thing I choose to take with me is you, bitch. And then she gets fucking stuck with him for his whole journey in the isekai world until they defeat the demon lord. And because of that, a fucking relationship is born. You think they'd be at each other's throats the whole time, which in a way they kind of are, but as the series progresses, they form kind of like this weird relationship of like, okay, my mind is stuck on this one scene from the movie, which will be lost on you, and I kind of don't want to spoil it because like it has nothing to do with the plot, but it's just a really weirdly unique character moment that like it's hard for me to describe without you having to see the movie, so I guess I won't go into it. Sorry for all the build up, but they Aqua and Kazuma develop this bond that just feels believably, as much as everyone in Konosuba is an asshole to each other. There's like an emotional core. There's a heart that deep down they all do care about each other, and they've got each other's backs when the chips are down, and that lends itself a human aspect to the otherwise insane, off the wall, everyone's trying to screw over the other person humor in Konosuba. Whereas I look at Tsukimichi and the dude just gets thrown to the wayside just because, and there's no payoff to it. It's just like the goddess just decides, oh no, you're ugly, bye.
I do get that, and like I agree with it basically completely, because once again, I am a Konosuba fan myself. But you knew a butt was coming.
You gotta watch the movie, man. It's online. Like I'm not that I'm fucking promoting Crunchyroll or Verve, but like it's on that service if you have it.
Yeah, I'd say in that sense, because once again, my big criticism is that the protagonist thematically is down on his luck, but in reality isn't. You know, in that sense, Konosuba is a far better constructed show. All the elements work together in, I guess, a more smooth way. But I still really like Tsukimichi, and I think, you know, it's been a long time since I've seen Konosuba, and I think I'd like it more nowadays, just because I'd be able to appreciate it more. But at least from what I remember, I like it probably about as much as Konosuba. But once again, been a while. Take that with like a billion grains of salt. I am not confident in that opinion.
I would not put this anywhere remotely close to the peak. Konosuba is my favorite isekai, if only because it's simultaneously like the anti-isekai because it's a parody, but then it's gone like because the emotional core is so strong and there's actual progression in the plot. Like it's not just a joke series. They actually do make steps towards the grander goal of defeating the demon lord. It's actually become a way better isekai than the isekai that I was once parodying.
Yeah, I do like that about Konosuba. I actually haven't seen enough isekai, I think, to really confidently say one is the best. Mostly because most isekai is just power fantasy and I drop it in like 2 minutes. But going off from that, or I guess not really, I'd say the main thing that makes me like Tsukimichi, which is mostly in the later episodes, because originally All right, when I finished episode 1, I was like, this is a 7 out of 10 show. But when I watched episode 2, I was like, this is an 8 out of 10 show, and I actively really enjoy this because I think it's Makoto's general attitude towards Tomoe and Mio, and you don't know who Mio is. Tomoe is Sheen, just she has a new name now. Because Makoto, it's almost like Kazuma and Aqua, but not quite. It doesn't feel like it. It's sort of like, Makoto's in a perpetual state of being fed up with the two's antics, and so it all culminates in like these really, I hesitate to say funny, but they are incredibly amusing and enjoyable to watch interactions. I think the show really hits its stride and keeps on running after episode 2. Except for episode 5, which was super mid, which, I mean, if it keeps on like that, then I might have to lower my score from an 8 or something like that. Hopefully not. But yeah, overall, I'd say this is, really solid character interactions. Tomoe and Makoto make an amazing pair. Mio isn't that great of a character. I'd even say she's outright uninteresting, but fine enough, I guess. She has a personality. The misadventures are pretty fun, mostly because of Makoto and Tomoe. I'd say if I end up not liking it in the end, it's going to be because it's just such a, I'd even say outright poorly constructed show. It feels almost amateur in that regard.
The only notes that I have left of it are the dispose of my porn joke that he does with the moon god before he gets transported to the isekai world. I thought the my mind immediately went to the same joke that was done way better in Reincarnated Slime.
I have not seen that.
All right, so I will spoil it. It is one of the best jokes of the show, but that show isn't really joke heavy anyway. So like, in order to make my point, so the main dude in that show, he gets isekai'd because he got stabbed to death on the street by just some knife wielding murderer, and as he's dying, he tells his friend who's with him, please destroy my computer. And he and as both of them have tears in their eyes, like, I will, man, I will. And then we get the fucking payoff to that joke later in the episode, where we see a bathtub filled with water, and then the dude his friend is holding his computer, and he just dumps it into the water, and we see it like fry and shut down. And like with tears,
Alright,
he's
that's
like,
great.
I kept like, I hope you're resting well, bro. I kept my end of the bargain. And like the joke that they do it in Tsukimichi is just like he just asks him to get rid of his porn, and then we just see like images of like dirty magazines just appear behind the god. It's just like, oh, and then he's just like, oh man, you're the best. And then we never see him actually dispose of it, which I know may sound like nitpicking, but like again, being derivative, I just think of how this exact same joke was done 100 times better in this other isekai show.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. I did it with Uramichi too. I didn't think it was a funny joke. I thought it was, at the very least,
I did not think it was
amusing
funny either.
and a little endearing that Makoto was like so relieved about it. But I didn't think it was very funny at all. But I don't think it's a funny show in general. There are parts of it that I think are funny, but in general, I mean, man, if you want to laugh, there's a billion other shows out there I could list that are genuinely funny. I watch it for the misadventures. And that's about all I have to say, really.
Before I say my last note, because I don't want to become a thing that I hate, and when people bring up a point and then they don't go into it later, and like it drives them crazy. The point that I was talking about, viewers, from the Konosuba movie was the bit with the pants. That's all I'll say about that without spoiling it. And,
one last thing. For a while, this was my favorite show of the season, aside from Dragon Maid. But I've come around on that. I found a show that is better than it. So for now, it's number 3.
Damn. The last thing that I have to say about Tsukimichi is that did you notice that the pig girl had a weirdly muffled voice for like no fucking reason?
I did notice that. I still don't know why they did that.
I I dead at like I thought like she had like a thing over her mouth, like she had like a gag or like she was like a thing of rope or something, but like no, every time she spoke her lips flapped like normal, and like but like every other word it was like muffled, like someone would, as the actress was talking into the microphone, it sounds like someone put a pillow in between her and the microphone, and it made it sound like she was talking into a cushion, and I was like, I've never seen that in a show before.
I guess they just didn't ask for new lines.
It's like
I have
that
no
we'll
idea
take
what
that
that
take.
is.
All right, well, I guess Tsukimichi is your Uramichi for me in this case. The next show we got on the list, have you heard? I remember, I think you said you weren't a fan on this one either, so I'm interested to see what comes of this conversation. Aquatope of the White Sand.
I was a huge, not very fan of this show. It was, eh. You know what? Yeah, it was
I
bad.
I would not call it a bad show. I do have to withhold some reservations about it because I see I see two things on it right off the bat. I see PA Works and I see original, and that's a major fucking red flag. Now it only becomes like a like DEFCON 5 red flag if you see the name Jun Maeda next to it. But I don't think this is a Jun Maeda show. This is like PA Works. I still don't fucking get it. I think like how much money did Angel Beats bank so that way PA Works can now just make nothing but original shows like for the rest of time, it seems like.
Did was PA Works the studio behind? I'm trying to remember what it was. The one about the girl who said she was God. Was
Yeah,
that
that
PA
was
Works? Yeah.
that was PA Works. That was Jun Maeda.
All right. Okay,
Because
so it
like
is the studio I'm
there are
thinking of.
things that people like from PA Works, like everyone loves Shirobako, everyone loves Makia. Uh, I think people still like Angel Beats. I haven't like
Oh,
I've heard some mixed things.
people really like Angel Beats. I've seen so
Yeah,
many
but
people giving it 10 on Mal.
they also did Uma Musume recently, but that was a game adaptation, which is the rare times they don't do an original work. But yeah, I think like that's the weird thing about PA Works is that they have so few adaptations. Like I'm looking at their list right now. One of their more popular shows, Another, which is based on the light novel, is like their second most popular show on Mal. But everything else is just an original. Angel Beats, Charlotte, um, I don't know what the English name for this one is. Nagi no Asukara, Shirobako, Makia, Hanasaku Iroha, World in Colors, Kanan, Sirius, the That Day I Became a God. But the thing about PA Works is that they don't have the best track record because for every Shirobako and Makia, there's a fucking Charlotte, there's a fucking The Day I Became a God, there's a fucking Glass Slip, there's a fucking Fairy Gone.
I haven't heard
I
of
don't
even
know.
half of these shows. But I'm
Fairy
glad you
Gone is a Fairy Gone's a fucking massive piece of shit.
I'm glad you don't
I'm
like The Day I Became God either.
I have not watched it, but I just heard the
Oh.
horror stories. I don't know the exact ending, but I know the twist. I know the big twist that happens near the end of the series.
I dropped it like episode 1 because the main character had no personality, and the God girl was pretty obvious mascot and not really all that endearing. But that aside,
So I guess like I've always thought it's just the Angel Beats money that allows PA Works to just make originals for the rest of time. Which leads us back into yet another one to add to the fucking catalog, Aquatope on White Sand. As far as first impressions go, I've only seen the first episode. It's definitely on the good, on the quality spectrum of good to bad. It's definitely leaning more towards good, at least in my opinion.
I was kind of mid while I was watching it, but it got a lot worse in retrospect. Mostly because, I mean, first of all, I watched this very early on, so I didn't have much of a reference for what the rest of the season was like. And now, knowing how, at least generally, how the seasonal tier list has turned out, it's like, this is solidly on the bottom half. It is very boring. I wouldn't say it's charmless, but it lacks what a lot of the other shows have in terms of charm. It is just a very boring. Just that's the one word that I feel describes this show the best. Boring. It is incredibly, incredibly boring.
I agree somewhat. There are moments of like, there's like, I wouldn't say nothing's happening, but there's a something happening, but that something is moving at such a snail's pace that you feel yourself just like your interest just slowly slipping until just before it's completely gone, they move to a new location, they switch to a new character, and it somehow manages to sink its hooks back into you. With me, I did not really care much for the former idol girl who we see for half the episode, but I'm really into fucking Kukuru, the blue-haired girl, which is one of the few characters from one of the non-good one of the few characters I should say from the season rather who I liked so much that I wrote her name down in my notes. Partly because her name is fucking Kukuru and I think that's really cute.
Kukuru is a very good name. I'll give her that.
She also is the best character in the show.
Yeah, I'll also agree with that. Yeah, she is. But she feels, I wouldn't say generic or like too stereotypical.
I wouldn't call her generic at all.
Well, yeah, not generic in the sense of like isekai protagonist generic, but I mean generic as in generic version of the trope. But I don't think she's quite that. But she's a bit derivative for my taste.
I kind of get what you mean. She is kind of like, she's a somewhat quirky go-getter. But like, maybe I'm so desensitized to fucking bland-ass anime that having a modicum of personality makes the fucking world. But she does do cute things that like endear you to her personality without words. Like the very first time we see her, she's going to a shrine to like pray. I forget what she's praying for, but she's just making a prayer at the shrine and giving a small head of fish as an offering. And then as she's walking away, we see her run back into the frame and then she grabs a small head of fish and then she replaces it with a bigger one and then prays even harder. And like that's cute. Like without having to explain like the actions, but having to narrate the actions of what she's just done, you've already endeared me to this character, or like at least you've characterized that she wants a thing to get better and that she's willing to like give more than she originally is capable of.
A bit on that tangent of like being a bit subtle with the characterization, there was one scene that felt very heavy-handed to me in its characterization, which is that it's Kukuru in the classroom, and one of the girls deadass goes like, "Wow, all you think about is fish," or something like that. That's the line. Then her teacher goes up to her, and he's like, "What did you do to this math homework? You just wrote fish facts." And I'm like, all right, I get it. I get it. She likes fish.
I fucking love that scene though. Because like I wouldn't call it heavy-handed. It is kind of driving home the point that she is a fish girl, but what I like about it is that she like is able to turn it around because she's like the teacher comes up and is like, "Hey, Kukuru, why did you draw this squid all over this math homework?" And she's like, "Oh, because squid information is way more interesting than math homework." And then she starts listing off all these squid facts, and then like at one point she like is fucking winning over the teacher with all her squid facts and being like, "Well, the drawing is pretty fucking good." And then as she's like going into like more and more squid facts. Her friends are like just like to take the piss out of her. She's like, "Hey, Teach, isn't it time to start class?" And he's like, "Oh, you're absolutely right." And like, it's like even that is endearing you to the characters more because like they're having fun with each other. They've got some wit to them. They've got sass.
See, that scene is good, but it comes after the line where a classmate audibly says, "Oh wow, you like fish." And I think that really sort of lessens the impact to me. Because if that's the first time you hear that a character, likes fish a lot, it's like, oh damn, you told me this in a really interesting way. But the first you hear of it is like straight up being told by a character, oh, she likes fish. And I'm like, she does like fish. And then I sort of internally groaned when at the end of the episode she's shown to work at an aquarium. And it's like, okay, what was the point of that then? Why did you have to tell me she
Well,
likes fish if she works at an aquarium?
well, you can. Well, like I think that just kind of like plays into her liking fish so much because like just because you work at a place doesn't necessarily mean you like it's what you're all about. Like I work at a bowling alley. I'm not a big fan of bowling, but it's a job. It's the job I like.
I mean, but she's shown to be very enthusiastic about the aquarium too. So it's like, okay, I get it. I don't know. That I think it's really the one line that's like, oh, she likes fish. That makes me just be like, it would be so much better if it just didn't have that one line. Please don't patronize me like this. It's that one line. I think
Writers,
that's it.
writers hate him. They ruined this man's anime experience with just 3 words. Click here to find out how.
Pretty much.
Uh, um, Going back to the aquarium, which I think is going to end up being the heart of the show. The former idol girl, whose name I've not yet cared to commit to memory, she has just moved to the beachside city where the aquarium and where the school is. Which, go on, make a quick aside to mention, beachside cities is like the coolest fucking setting you can set like a realistic slice of life show in. I fucking anytime there's a fucking beachside city, it's my aesthetic.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I've been rewatching Barakamon recently, and that also takes place on an island, but it's like infinitely prettier than the stuff in this show. I think mostly because Barakamon is so well directed, but that's an aside. Barakamon has better beach city, or I guess beach
I'll have to
village in that case.
I'll have to watch and get back to you on that. Speaking of looking pretty, in uh mostly typical PA Works fashion, this show is one of the better looking shows of the season.
Wrong, objectively.
You you don't agree?
It looks okay for the most part. But the thing that
I
got
really
me,
love the color. Like there are so many good fucking character designs. There is not a single bad hairdo in this entire show. And that like I don't know why I picked up on that detail specifically, but while I was watching, I couldn't help but notice. There is not a like no character in this show has like a boring haircut.
I've actually forgotten Fuka's hairstyle and like her character design in general, but I remember Kukuru's standing out a lot to me. Fuka Aquatope. I need to look at her character design again because it has.
She's got like a big, I think it's like a big straw hat and a long, what color is that color? It's kind of silver brownish.
I just called it
I don't know.
brown.
That's it's not. It's way too light to be brown. And the white dress.
I think at least for Fuka, her character design is all right. I vastly prefer
Yeah, like
Kukuru's. It has a lot more,
oh no,
lot more
Kukuru is fucking
personality.
great.
Yeah. Her character design, I hesitate to say generic, but that's what I'm leaning towards. It does feel, yeah, I don't know. Generic
I
feels wrong, but it also feels right. It's just very middling.
I kind of get what you're saying, but like I think what's separating it from me from calling it generic is just that how good the artwork is. Cause like
True.
everything, like this show has really like taking advantage of the beachside setting. It's a fucking bright, sunny shade, and it's like it's not oversaturated. It's like the perfect amount of sunlight. Like when they're in the classroom setting, it's fucking mwah, it perfect.
I think the main thing about this show's visuals that rubbed me the wrong way, and it's not a consistent problem, but it's rather with one specific scene, and I think you know what I'm talking about.
You'll have to refresh my memory.
The one at the end that should have looked awesome.
The penguins?
Uh, it's like when the water floods everywhere, and then she gets brought to like this dream place.
Oh, okay. I forgot about that one. Yeah, that one. It was not bad looking.
How?
It
It looks
I
like shit.
Okay, I would have to rewatch it. I don't have a means to pull it up right now without horribly derailing the pacing of the podcast, but I do not remember I don't remember a single moment of this show. Like if something jumped out to me as being like really bad or like ugly as shit, then I would have definitely wrote it down in my notes, especially if it contrasted with how good the show looks on a moment to moment basis.
See, like the reason why that stood out to me is because it was like the moment's very hype, right? Just to give a bit of context, she's standing at the aquarium, then she has this vision
It's not
before
it's
her.
it's not hype, but it's definitely the emotional climax of the episode.
I'd say it's hype because it's like, at least to me, it was like, what is going on? Is this real or is this a dream? Which eventually I figured out,
Well,
okay, this is obviously a dream. But when the water first
hype
starts
hype
coming
would
out,
hype would imply excitement. I wasn't generated. Excitement was not generated from the scene, but it was more of intrigue and be like, oh, we're having some esoteric, whimsical a scene going on right now.
I was a tad bit excited and very intrigued. So I'd say hype. But that's just semantics. The point is, water starts flooding, and she's like, "Oh, what's going on?" But the water is all CG, and it's really bad CG, and it doesn't go at all with like
I
the
think
pencil thin sort of art style it has.
I do remember some of the fish being CG, and that was a poor choice.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you reminded me of that because the entire aquarium, I cannot stop looking at the fish. It's like
Uh,
it,
I
it's very
think
inconsistent.
maybe because the directing did such a decent job of keeping my focus on the characters when they were talking, or maybe just like maybe the out of focus, the aquarium was out of focus, so I couldn't see the fish. But I think when the characters are talking in the forefront and the aquarium is in the background, I don't think the fish are CG. I could very much be wrong about this. I remember definitely there were a few times where when the fish were the center of attention in the frame, they were often CG, and that was a letdown.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's visually super impressive. I remember early on being like, okay, this looks visually nice. It looks like it has some style to it, but it doesn't jump out to me as much as a bunch of the other shows, and even like some of the less obviously stylized show in terms of their visuals. It's like, I don't know what's a good example for this. Jahy, that had more, I guess, style in the character design that made me really like the visuals to that. I'd put that visually ahead of Aquatope, even though Aquatope has like, those really pretty backgrounds. It's like it's inconsistent, and I don't like the character designs as much.
I would say I definitely disagree there. Like, while I don't think Jahy looks bad, I think it's one of the nicer looking shows this season. I'd definitely say Aquatope's got it beat handedly. Like, yeah, it's got CG fish, but at the same time, the lighting and the background art and the character designs are all so good. Like, it's got more good than Jahy has good. Like, Jahy's backgrounds are serviceable. They're not this level of good.
I get that.
And
Understandable
another
take.
thing that's surprisingly good about Aquatope, the soundtrack was kind of really fucking amazing.
I didn't really notice it.
Like That's the weird thing. I don't really notice soundtracks in anime unless they're like for action shows where they're typically more like melodic, whereas in usually in slice of life, they're more like kind of like droning background noise unless they're really fucking good, like Dragon Maid or something like Azuken. But yeah, I remember there being really good string and piano sections, which I think is a PA Works staple. I wouldn't be surprised if the composer of the show worked on mostly PA work shows in the past. Um, it's been a while. It's been like about a month since I've seen the first episode, so I don't remember how the music goes now. But I wrote down in my notes surprisingly great soundtrack, and I remember being impressed by the soundtrack. So I bet if I kept watching the show, I would continue to be impressed.
Uh, yeah, I didn't really notice it at all. I have in my notes here from very early on in the show before Kukuru had been introduced. So this was before I knew she was the greatest character. But I really liked the side distraction characters that you see for like 20 seconds to a minute. There's
Oh
this.
yeah, I wrote down the fortune teller, if only because like it was so weird that her design was so good. Yet I'm like 95% certain we're never gonna see her in the show again.
I would not be upset if she was there again because like her whole character
I
is
liked her.
yeah, she honestly like she's a genuinely good character. I want to watch a show about her. You know
She just has
she's
this little yeah, she has she just forms this connection with the former idol girl, and then she's like is so nice and generous towards her for being new to the city that she's like, oh, this next reading's on the house, honey.
yeah, it's like she refused. I don't think she took any money. I could be wrong about this, but like Fuka, you know, tries to bring out her purse, but then the fortune teller is like, "Stop! You don't need to do that." I don't think she actually says that, but you know, it was implied by body language, I think, and I think she was trying to like grab for her wallet. So I think the fortune teller, you know,
I
initially sought out to scam her, but then formed a connection so strong that she was like, you know what, I'm not even gonna accept this money.
Yeah, like, and another thing that I noted about her, I noticed that like for no reason, like they never bring any attention to him. It's just a thing that she is. She was like kind of chubby, and like there's no reason for it. She just has happened to be chubby, which is just a character detail that you don't really see often in anime, especially with background characters, where the background characters are all usually just like average body type. And like the only time you ever see a chubby character in anime is if chubby is like a part of their character.
I don't remember that really well, but Aquatope, like you, it was one of the first shows I watched. And I also have written down there. Here, I'll just quote this from my notes. The one girl cries at the main character's departure from the idol place because she thinks she's the reason the main character left for being too popular and stealing her spotlight. And it's like, I want to watch that girl instead of Fuka, because Fuka's boring. I don't want to watch a show about her. That one random girl, I cared more about her in the like 5 seconds she was on screen than Fuka the entire episode, basically.
I will agree that I'm not yet fully sold on Fuka's character, but I am willing to see like how hopefully this show is also Yuri baiting us, and we see a hot, passionate Yuri aquarium sex scene later
Yes.
on in episode 24. Uh, but she like I do it was interesting seeing her essentially be homeless for a day. Like she's out walking in the heat, and then she gets picked up by this girl who sees her collapsed by a tree.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of neat. I feel like the main thing that I'm going through my memories of the show as I'm saying this, it's like the main thing that sticks out to me is long moments of silence or otherwise nothing really happening, but there were kind of pretty backgrounds. It's like it feels very, very slow paced. And for a show that doesn't have the strongest characters yet, you know, it can't really hook me in with how slow it's going. I wouldn't say it's like horrendously slow, but it is slow.
It is not as slow as Remake Our Life. I would definitely sooner watch more of Aquatope than I would anything from Remake Our Life.
Uh, it'd be a toss up, but I think I might say Remake Her Life just because it has that huge ensemble cast where it's like, maybe I'll end up endeared to at least one of them. The chances are higher. With Aquatope, it's like, I mean, I guess, to be fair, Kukuru's a better character than anything in Remake Her Life. But, I don't know. I
So
don't
it's
like.
already got the lead.
I don't like the pay. I think I just nailed this down while saying this, but I think the main thing I don't like about Aquatope is the pacing. And like the pacing
It
just of
is
like the feeling and the pacing of like how shots are laid out and how much silence there is. It feels very monotonous and tedious.
It is a slow show, and that feeling that you're describing is almost exactly how I felt watching Remake Our Life. The difference with Aquatope being that I was more endeared to the characters, and it just generally looks better than Remake Our Life. There is one big fear. I'm wearing the No Fear One Fear T-shirt right now in my mind of that weird orange-haired tiny god thing that might insert some mystical voodoo bullshit into the show. That the only reason that I fear about that is because we just got off of a PA work show about a god fucking things up.
Oh, I can totally see that happening. It's PA works. Come on, man.
It's she. We have like we I don't think we even see in the first episode. We don't even see the tiny god character's face. We just see like her eat the fish head offering and then like sit on top of a roof. I think like she's like playing with some birds if I remember correctly. I think we only see her twice, but I was very much concerned every time I saw her. I was like, oh my god, are you gonna fucking insert weird voodoo shit in the show that does not fucking need it?
Who knows? Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I think there's a pretty good chance it will. But hey, maybe it'll just be a cute mascot. I'm kind of hoping for
Now,
that.
unless she's gonna do something base like give Kukuru a dick, a la Ilulu, then what's the point, man?
I want to expand on a point you said earlier about Remake Our Life feeling slow in the same way that I feel about Aquatope. It's like I feel like Remake Our Life's writing is slow. You have these long classroom scenes where characters are talking at a reasonable pace. There's not too much silence. You're being hit with things pretty continuously. But what's happening isn't really all that attention grabbing, and it goes on for a pretty long time without much hooking you in investment wise. But I think Aquatope is a different type of slow that I think the type of slow it is makes me want to rather watch Remaker Life. Because whereas Remaker Life is hitting you decently continuously with, at least it feels like, with things that just aren't delivered in the most interesting or concise way, Aquatope, it's more of a sort of direction and feeling sort of thing where it feels like it's hitting you with things more sporadically. And sure, what's happening is like basically objectively more interesting. And, Kukuru, has at least one charming interaction, I will say. And she's an all right character. I think I could get behind her with time. But like the direction and pacing just doesn't hit you as continuously. And I think that's the main thing. If that made any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think the show is definitely gonna live and die by its how much chemistry, like if they can keep up the level of chemistry that the characters had in that classroom scene throughout the entire show, it'll definitely be more watchable. If the drama gets slow, if it gets boring, which I could very much easily see it happen, then it's not gonna be winning any more awards. But as far as first impressions go off the first episode, I feel more positively about it than I do most of the shows this season.
Hmm. I'd say it's probably in the latter half of my list. Uh, Probably like a 5 out of 10 or a 4 out of 10. It's very mid to bad tier. You know, maybe not quite bad. If I'm being generous, it's like a very low 5 out of 10.
Yeah, it's mid right now, but maybe it'll get better. Maybe it'll horribly plummet like some PA work
Maybe
shows.
it'll get better. Famous last words.
Like, maybe, who knows? Maybe we'll have the most unassuming Charlotte or That Day I Became a God on our hands.
Well, I think that's about
All
all I
right, I
have to
think we've.
say.
All right. Well, now it's time to get based. It's time to get red pilled. It's time to get on this grind set. It's time to talk about the Dungeon of Black Company.
Yes, this one is interesting, as in my thoughts are varied. Because
I feel the same. I felt a fucking roller coaster of emotions go through my brain while I was watching the show and have my opinion rapidly change over the course of just one episode.
all right, that happens to me too, and we'll relate to that. However, all right, so when we recorded the first part together, I had only seen the first episode because I had watched episode 1 that day. This morning, I was in the mood for some anime, so I watched all the way up to most of the way through episode 6 of Dungeon of
Oh
Black
wow.
Company. So it is now now the show that I am the furthest into. And I won't spoil my thoughts yet, although considering where I left off, you can probably assume what my later thoughts are. But for now, let's focus on the first episode.
All right, so Dungeon of Black Company is the anime that Jeff Bezos would make if he had the opportunity to make an anime. This is literally about. All right, so Dungeon of Black Company is about our boy Kinji, who is on his based Sigma male grind set. He is the ultimate neat Chad, and he's already one. He already looks like a fucking JRPG fantasy character before he gets isekai'd. Oh, I forgot, this was a fucking isekai also, so I guess that makes 5 this season.
Yeah, when I saw this was an isekai and saw like the cover on Mal, I immediately groaned. I was like, another one. But no, this is
It is the
not.
default reaction.
This is not
No,
as
this
bad.
has got more going under the hood. All right, so Jeff Bezos over here decided to pour all of his money into swing trading, and then he took his money from that and he invested it into foreign real estate, and then he took that money that he made from there and then he built 3 condos, and now he lives in the fucking penthouse suite, walks around in his fucking underwear, drinking fucking wine, looking down at the poor working class peons like the uber-based capitalist god he is.
Oh yeah, this is I remember this from earlier. This is the Marxist show I was talking about.
This is like if you took the "this is how I win" gif from Uncut Gems and you made it into an anime.
The show is literally like about the flaws of capitalism. Like basically.
Like that, and also it's simultaneously, I don't mean to jump ahead, but simultaneously commentary and criticism on capitalism, but also kind of a celebration.
I
At
guess
least
you
from
can see it that
it's
way.
like, cause like, all right, so yeah, I'm just gonna call him fucking Jeff Bezos because that's literally who he is. Jeff Bezos is sitting at the top of the mountain. He is one. He has barely worked a day in his life. Like, all the money that he got, what little money he got from actually working, he put it all into fucking swing trading, foreign real estate, and then he built condos, and now his money works for him. He's made it. He's won. He's declared at the start of the episode that he is the ultimate neat Chad and that he has won at life. And then the rug gets pulled out from under him when he gets zapped into Isekai Town. Well, he gets zapped into an isekai, but it is actually not Isekai Town. It is one of the more unique looking isekai settings because it's a town that's built into the cliffside of a dungeon made up of factories and shacks. So, and in these factories and shacks, um, there are workers there of poor, low class monster people, and he is forced into this labor because because now he no longer has money. He tried to get into a get rich quick scheme by selling his tablet to the rich folk in the area, but the battery on it died, and so he fell into debt when the higher ups were like, "Hey, you trying to fucking scam us, bro?" And now he's got a massive debt, and so he has been forced into this labor camp where he is told to cut down on sleep and eating, and there's like and when the workers sleep, they're like packed in dorms and they only get one bath a month. This is literally the story about how Jeff Bezos went from being Jeff Bezos, the CEO of Amazon, to Jeff Bezos working at an Amazon warehouse. This is literally the fall of man.
Oh, that is so prescient. You saying this is the fall of man. I'll see how much I spoil later, but yeah.
So when he's got barely any money, like everything that he makes has to go towards his debt, and he's desperate to reclaim the life that he once had. And so he teams up with this lizard boy to go into the dungeon because he's found, this is his cheat power, even though it's more of just a thing that he happened to find. He's found a shortcut into the dungeon to its third level, where the crystals that this company mines for profit are found, and so he's trying to get as many as he can because when he goes on these special work trips, he keeps a good chunk of the profits for himself, so that way he can pay off his debt faster. And he's working with Lizard Boy to do this. And the speech he fucking gives to the Lizard Boy when the Lizard Boy is like trying to form a relationship with him, trying to like talk to him, be like, "Hey man, thanks for like giving me a chance. Like, I know I'm kind of slow on the uptake at work, but I really appreciate how you like stick it up for me." And it's like, don't like, and then immediately Jeff Bezos is like, "Do not misunderstand. I'm only using you because you seem to be the most willing to go along with this plan." And then he gives this absolutely based speech that fucking like is the celebration of capitalism that I was talking about earlier. And this is like the one, aside from Dragon Maid, this is the one time where I took a quote from a show and copied it word for word into my notes. Jeff says, "Weaklings who have connections form herds. Then they start complaining about things that are really no big deal. They do routine work that lacks real productivity with no problem and use their weakness as a shield to look down on those above them from below. Winners refuse to accept the simple act of working." Jeff is on his based capitalist grind set about working smarter and not harder, and that's how he's going to climb back into the good graces of society, back to the fucking top upper echelon of the class. And it is it is almost inspiring in how steadfast, stubborn, and straight up douchebaggy that it is.
The thing that really made me love this show at first, like from like basically when he's in his hotel before getting isekai'd, the thing that made me optimistic about this show, even though it was an isekai, was him, being so proudly an uber neat. And then as the show went on, I just loved this character. I'm just going to call him Jeff Bezos like you do. I don't care about his real name. Jeff Bezos is better. I just absolutely love his character. And the reason why is, on the surface, he's like a complete asshole. He's prideful, incredibly arrogant. He's an idiot in some ways, smart in others, but kind of an idiot in some ways. He's completely morally compromised, as you see later on in the episode. But he has this like certain way of carrying himself where he thinks, because he's so arrogant, that he's better than everyone else. And, he carries himself with pride. He's very, like, that sort of arrogance makes what he does all the funnier, because he's like completely self-convinced, this is what I need to do, this is the right decision, and it makes it that much funnier when it always bites him back in the ass. I think it really is just the way he carries himself that makes all of his other character traits that are basically almost purely negative really really just makes him such a great character to me.
Dude, when he gave that speech about how like he is that's essentially how the like lower and middle classes think, how they view the higher classes, when he is now at their level, yet he still thinks of himself like he still carries the high class mentality, as not let go of it even a little bit, and how he's so desperate to just claw back to get to that point. It's almost, it's like it's admirable, just like how determined he is to get back to it. But excuse me, at the same time, it's like you want to see him fail because, as you said, he is so morally corrupt, which leads into the next point about the show that continued the roller coaster, where we meet the dragon lolly. I forget her name, but when they're in the third level, I've only seen the first episode. I haven't seen 6. But Dragon Lolly was the most appropriate thing. When he and Lizard Boy are in the third area mining crystals, they get attacked by the big dragon, and at the very last moment, Jeff is able to convince her that, hey, it seems like you like to eat. I have all of this other food. If you if you work for us and protect us from the other monsters in the dungeon, we will give you food. And it works, and they're able to turn a decent profit. The problem is that his plan is backfiring on him because the dragon is eating more than he can provide. So he needs, like, shit, now this dragon lolly that I formed a pack with, if I don't keep up my end of the bargain, she's gonna fucking eat me. But now I have to give her money in addition to paying back my debt. So he stumbles upon this magic hypnosis staff that he then uses to control the other miners to mine shit more, like way past their physical limits. Once again, Amazon warehouse parallels, and then have more of that profit go towards him. And then at that moment, that's when it finally clicked. This is not just the Jeff Bezos anime. This is the Ed, and Eddie anime.
I haven't seen that, so I don't get it.
Okay, so are you familiar with like the character traits that Ed and Eddie possess?
No.
Okay, well, you at least you know what Ed and Eddie is, right?
Yeah, I know generally what it is.
Okay, so Jeff is Eddie. He is the character who is like, Eddie's all about get rich quick schemes. He's all about, like, no matter how shady the business, no matter how shoddy the product, if he can swindle the neighborhood kids out of their money, he'll do whatever it takes. He's got almost the same level of arrogance. He's definitely very greedy, very money driven. The lizard boy is Ed, or Double D rather, who is like the more reserved, more the voice of reason, kind of being like the one to point out the moral bankruptcy in Jeff's plans, or Eddie's plans rather. And then the dragon lolly is Ed, who is the stupid one, or rather, I wouldn't say that the dragon lolly is necessarily stupid, but like, she's definitely, her actions cause the most problems for the group. And because in this episode she breaks the scepter, the hypnosis scepter, when she uses it too much, and that causes all the miners to turn on Jeff, and they beat him up. And like, it's literally a thing, like, aside from the hypnosis, like, that punchline is like how most episodes of Ed and Eddie end, with the kids like figuring out that they're getting scammed, and they chase after the Eds, and they get their money back. And like, once that clicked for me, then it's like, oh, if this is going to be the premise of the show from now on, I would definitely be down to watch more.
You are partially right in that, and also Ed and Eddie sounds interesting now because I really like the first episode of Dungeon of Black Company. So, do I have any more notes about like the first episode? Because I only took notes in the first one. I like all the characters. Rim is the dragon. I have her in my notes as Miss Kabayashi's Dragon Maid if it wasn't Dragon Maid. And I like all
I
of
guess
them.
that's accurate. I like the little scene where after like one day after he's doing his hypnosis scam, he's like finally taking a like the first bath he's able to take outside of his work regulated ones, and then the dragon lolly just like opens the door, shows up, and with like a blank pucker face stare, just jumps into the bath, no problem. And then I think she starts pissing in the bath.
Yeah, she does. I
And like
love that scene.
it was just funny.
I'd say I just remembered this point. It has a similar thing to like Tsukimichi in that it has a misadventures vibe. And I'd say in that sense, the show is much better constructed in Tsukimichi in that all of the characters complement each other perfectly to just create the ultimate misadventures. You know, you have the ambitious main character who is oftentimes, you know, his schemes have some kind of flaw and it eventually bites him in the ass. You have the voice of reason, like you said, and Rim, who is just chaos, pure distilled chaos.
I can't bring myself to say anything more about Dungeon of Black Company because I've only seen the first episode. But tell me, does it get any better? I know you haven't seen Ed and Eddie, so you can't really judge it on that front. But is it like more? Is the episode structure more or less they try to do a get rich quick scheme, it backfires, rinse and repeat?
The
But with
episode,
different
it
scenarios.
isn't exactly that structure every time, but it's the same general sense of humor and like, you know, trying to climb his way to the top of different companies and, you know, eventually it all either works out for him in a very unexpected way or doesn't. But that's the first 4 episodes. I have seen up to episode 6, and that is where I dropped the show. Dungeon of Black Company.
Oh, you ended up dropping it.
Yes. So the first 4 episodes, 8 out of 10. Episode 2 was slightly worse than the rest, but overall, just super solid. Then the show, quite literally, in the most literal definition of the word, I literally just looked it up, jumps the shark. I will
Now what
not.
happens?
Oh, you want to know what happens? Are you sure?
As much as I liked it, I do think it's once again like on the better side of the spectrum of the season. I do not care about spoilers for this show.
All right. So they basically Jeff Bezos gets transported to another isekai world that is incidentally the same isekai world, just far in the future. Then he starts going on adventures in the future isekai world, except now he has a prophecy to basically save the world. And at first he tries generally to do that, but then eventually he disobeys the prophecy and he's like, I'm gonna work with the bad guys now. And he ends up becoming like this huge general and like slowly climbing the ranks. And it's like, what happens? I liked it for the misadventures vibe. I liked the low scale, you know, he never quite gets what he wants. But it's like he's now super powerful. He's like this big guy, super high up ranking, and they introduced this new character. I don't know his name, and it's like the sort of like tricksterish trap who's trying to get get the main character to fall in love with him. Pretty. I wouldn't say stock personality, but I
Did you
don't
say a
like him.
trap?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying. Wait, how old is the trap character?
I don't actually
by
know,
chance?
but he looks like 12 or 14 or something like that.
I mean, I'm not saying much. I'm just saying that, the Jeff Bezos is one of the members of the higher up corporate elite, and I think I might be wrong about this, but I think we have seen some pictures of him hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein before he definitely did not kill himself. So, I'm not gonna go any further than that. I'm just gonna throw that out
I
there.
am waiting for the equivalent of Epstein's Island in this show. But yeah, the plot.
Oh my god! But instant that happens.
True.
See,
Same.
the thing you're describing to me, well, it does sound kind of shitty that they abandoned the Ed and Eddie style scam kind of misadventure story. The fact that he goes into an army and like rises the ranks. Does he use his capitalist grind set to do that as well?
No, he just See, here's what makes it kind of uninteresting, because if we saw him slowly rising the ranks, I think it would have been satisfying, because that was kind of happening in the main narrative already, but it isn't really shown. It's just one day, he's part of the prophecy to take over. The next, he's like, all right, I'm on the bad guy side now. Oh, and also I'm super powerful. And then a bunch of guys try and take him down, and he's like, I'm too powerful for you. Get owned, and also you're going to help me rise through the ranks too, even though I'm already near the top. And it's like, and see, here's another thing too, because they introduced another character that was really good, and then just ditch her like an episode after she sort of joins the main cast. They ditched Wannabe too. So it's just Jeff Bezos, Rim, and this new character who I don't really like, going across this sort of post-apocalyptic wasteland, just doing whatever. And it's like, I want my misadventure vibes back, man. I liked it better then.
That does sound kind of shitty, but there is a part of me that, from what you're describing, it sounds very much in line with Jeff Bezos to rise through the ranks of a corporation and then like. It doesn't sound like a hostile takeover, but just him joining the bad guys and rising through the ranks there. That sounds too appropriate.
See, I kind of like it in concept, because it's supposed to be, since this is a show clearly written by someone, at least probably originally, who isn't too fond of capitalism, and the people probably working on the show in sweatshop conditions were probably like, ah man, this show really speaks to me. The point of the arc, at least I think, is to show late stage capitalism, because it's like a future where corporations have taken over the world and quality of living has gone severely down. But the focus feels,
that's what it always boils down to.
The focus feels a lot less on the capitalist elements that made it so good in the first place. That was like the thematic tie, and it's more just, what kind of insane, wacky shit can we do?
I do hope that it continues its wacky shit into the rest of the episodes. Maybe it gets better. I'll watch more of it, and then I'll tell you if things got any better, or if I ended up agreeing with you.
All right, fair enough.
But this is the first episode, at least, is worth watching just for his speech about the fucking middle class and him, like, because he's just, I know we've been saying it the whole podcast, but like, he's just Jeff Bezos.
Basically.
This is the Jeff Bezos anime.
But yeah, the first 4 episodes, god tier. Everything after that, I just sort of dropped it.
Alright, well, hopefully it picks up. Unlike this next show that I dropped after the first episode, D-side Traumerei.
Oh god, we have made it. My bottom ranked show. I think this is the worst one of the season.
You thought this one was the worst one?
Yep.
I mean, I know the easy way out is just CG bad, and the CG is not good, but I do think there are some saving graces in the show. It's not worth watching the whole show for, but there are some moments of quality.
I am so curious as to what that is because I have a very specific reason for putting it under Cheat Pharmacist that I'll probably get into a bit later. But yeah, you can probably, since you're more fond of it than me, sort of like describe what happened.
All right, so as far as the plot goes, it's fucking stupid. It's easily the worst part about the show. I barely have anything about the plot written down in my notes. All I have are virtual dream world or some shit. Word for word is what I have down. And then yeah, these teens that are just in this, it's either a virtual world or a dream world. They kind of bounce back and forth, and they have cool weapons. They have, this one dude has like ice skate weapons where he uses the blades while he kicks, and I thought that was pretty cool. The deadpan girl has a minigun because of course she does. The main dude's got lion gauntlets, which are pretty cool. All right, the absolute worst thing about this show, I know I just said the plot, but like the worst thing about most CG shows in anime is that they are almost always low frame rate CG, and low frame rate CG fucking sucks. And don't do it. Like, I do not get why low frame rate CG even exists. Like, does it, is it cheaper than, does it cost more money to render like a smoother frame rate?
I have no idea, but yeah, I understand that.
Cause like it is like low frame rate CG is like the one reason why I cannot get into polygon picture shows, because they're all like that. People have told me, dude, Ajin's really good. You got to give Ajin a chance. And I try to watch Ajin, and I see the low frame rate, and just like I can't do it. Like you can tell me that the story's good, but like this adaptation is so shit that I'm just gonna go read the source material.
Yeah, I get that completely. I felt it for the one Duke of Death and his Maid, but I do not feel. I do not feel it at all with D-side Traumerei, however you pronounce it, and partially because it's for a mobile game. But even if it was,
Oh, is that what it's for?
yeah, or maybe it's not a mobile game, but I know it's
Okay,
some
because
kind of game.
it has it's called The Animation, so it sounds like it is it sounds like it's from a mobile game or something like that, but the source on Mal says other. So unless it's like one of those multimedia project kind of things, um yeah, but okay, so the one good thing about it is that actually do like some of the character designs. I think they're kind of cool.
Okay,
Specifically when they go into their super forms, like main dudes like super form where he like gets the lion gauntlets and gets like the reddish suit. I think that's not, those aren't bad character designs.
I didn't like the main character's design in general. I forget what he looks like when he's like all powered up or whatever. But I did not like his general design, mostly because of the pink hair. It makes him look really goofy. Uh,
I did not mind the pink
I
hair.
cannot
Yeah,
remember.
I mean, at one point, it's just anime. Like you distance yourself from fucking hair, because like Dr. Stone, if you look at main guy Senku's hair, it's really fucking stupid, and it's like doubly stupid when he's the only character in that show with that kind of like Yu-Gi-Oh ass hair. But the artwork and drawings are just so fucking good that like you don't, it's a non-issue.
I mean, yeah, like stuff like Yu-Gi-Oh is a very wacky character design, but that at least looks all right. You know, his name's Ryuhei. I wrote it down just because I did that for every show. Nothing about the design stands out except the pink hair. So when you see generic, I mean, maybe he's not generic template. Hold on, let me look up an image of him.
I would definitely not call him a generic template. His costume design is like way too detailed. Well, like that, 'cause that's also an advantage that CG provides. You can get more detailed character designs because they're modeled. You don't have to draw them over and over.
All right, I'm looking at an art of his character design, and it looks a bit better when it's like drawn, like actually drawn 2D. But it still doesn't look that great to me, even on paper with his like super flashy outfit. I think that's another thing that put me off about the design. It's like so many contrasting colors that he just looks goofy. It's not Yu-Gi-Oh goofy where I kind of dig it. It's just goofy.
Yeah, like not everyone gets a good character design. Like I would say that the minigun girl has like the most generic design, like if only because like the deadpan girl with the minigun is just such a played out trope in anime now.
I don't remember any of the other character designs at all. I remember another character's personality who I think was supposed to be deadpan, but I have her in my notes as deadpan. I think
that was the minigun girl.
uh
Yeah, that's the minigun girl. The monster designs were kind of weird, like those weird hand zipper mouth dogs. That got my
I
attention.
like the design of the hand zipper mouth dogs, but the other one I call them Dialga because that's what they remind me of. Dialga from Pokemon. Uh, they just feel personalityless.
Like the dragon dude.
Dialga's kind of a dragon, I guess.
Well, no, I meant like yeah, I know Dialga, but I meant like the dragon in the episode.
It's like the four-legged thing with the purple glowy stuff and black brick body.
Yeah, that design I was not into. That just kind of felt like a mishmash of shapes with some colors thrown onto it, like a color effect.
It has no personality. That's what I think puts me off about it. But the hand dog things, I would not mind seeing those. Maybe not more of them because they already used it a fair bit. But you know, I dig that design. That's the one thing I like about this show. There we go. That's the one thing.
I did not have too many notes from it aside from the one stated before. I did write down that the minigun girl saves the main pink hair dude like 3 different times, despite being like, "Hey, you gotta be careful. I'm not gonna be around to save yourself. You gotta stay around and you get yourself killed. Don't expect me to save you." And then after that, she saves him like 2 more times.
I actually didn't notice
like, that part. I was like, "Oh, okay."
I would not put it past the show.
Yeah, that was the worst part of the show there.
Oh, that is not the worst
at least
part.
of the episode.
That is not the worst part. So
is it I might have it written down because I have a couple more notes. Is the worst part of the episode when the citizens, the onlookers, are gathered around looking at our heroes fighting the monsters and being like, "Oh wow, is that real?" And then it's like, "Oh no, it's just an ad for this video game."
That was not the worst part, but it is kind of tacky.
Cause like they were making big impacts. Like, how the fuck do you fake like shockwaves in the air? Like when you see a firework go off, you feel that shit in your heartbeat and shit like that. You feel that when you hear a loud noise and you're close to it, you feel that shit in your chest. Like you can't. So did they think they were playing really loud noises? Did they not feel like the air, like something in the air change when they fucking collided with the monsters on that rooftop? They were not far from them.
I mean, the police had to be, if onlookers can see it, the police had to be going after it or something like that. There must have been like at least one 911 call or someone would have noticed, "Oh, this isn't just an ad for a game. This is something actually real."
And like they were also super inconsistent with how the people like being able to see them while they're fighting the monsters or when they're in the virtual dream world or not. Because when our main guy gets sucked back into the virtual dream world again, he like he's trying to like get the attention of these 2 passersby, and I think he just like phases right through them. But then when they're all powered up and they're fighting the monster, the people can see them and just fine. So like, what's the deal there?
Honestly, after a certain point, I just stopped paying attention to the logic of like, oh, the dream world and the real world, and I was just like, okay, this is just generic 2 worlds. I don't care about how it works. It just does. So
the last note that I have about the show is that they do the fucking memory wipe thing with all the citizens. So I immediately got flashes to Code Lyoko if you remember that.
I have not seen that show.
It's been a hot minute, but it's like almost a very identical premise. Um, and then the fucking the thing that made me laugh out loud is when because like when they kill the monster, I thought it was just gonna be like every other show about like a guy being corrupted. Like I thought it was gonna be like the magical girl thing where like, oh, the monster of the week was a human that got corrupted, and now like, and their fear or whatever negative emotions they were feeling turned them into this metaphorical embodiment of what they were feeling, and now that we've beaten them, we've set them free. No, they fucking killed him. He is the guy who was the monster of the week. He fucking died.
Nice. All right, so
and like it did rock the main guy a bit to be like, oh shit, I fucking killed him, and then like the other side goes like, that's just how it is on this bitch of an earth.
So the thing about this show,
do you have anything more to say?
I
like
have a lot more things to say because it's my least favorite. So the thing that
go off, queen.
So the thing that immediately made me be like, okay, this is gonna be something. This is the worst dialogue I have ever seen in an anime that I can remember, and I have quotes to back this up. There are so many awful pieces of dialogue that just make me ask, who wrote this and why? So the first one is
I don't remember the dialogue being necessarily offensive. I don't remember it being good, but I don't remember being like the most offensive dialogue to me this season will definitely be "Detective is already dead."
I can see how that would get on your nerves more just because it's so pretentious. This is the basic, like your most basic exchanges, but just done really poorly. So the first one that I was like, okay, this is what we're in for. It's when they're all walking together at the beginning, and this girl walks up to the main character and she's like, your cute childhood friend has come to watch you play. And it's like, they really had to shoehorn in the childhood friend thing, didn't they? No one talks like that. Who talks like that?
Yeah.
Another one.
I think I've just gotten so numb to it that like when I see it, I don't even register it as like offensively bad dialogue. It's just like, yep, that's just a thing in anime now.
I get that, but I don't know. It was really on the nose, so it bothered me. Another one that this one isn't like off-putting in that way, but it's just kind of, I found it kind of dumb when one of the girls goes like, what is it with boys and their games? It's like, this is the most basic teenage dialogue of all time.
I remember that line. I laughed at that because like, oh, fucking boys attached to their fucking video games and too busy not having sex with me.
I have in my notes. Oh, go on.
I was just gonna say, it's like, well, how's that fucking meme go? Where it's like, it's like the anime girl's like, hey, hey, babe, you want to like go to the bedroom and have sex? And the guy's like, no, go away. I'm trying to like fucking, I'm like she's like playing Dark Souls or some shit.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one. I have in my notes, please just let me watch Monogatari so I can remember what good dialogue is like. So that is the level of desperation we are at. But the cherry on top, this one made me laugh out loud from how bad it is. So the main character is falling asleep, right? This is like right before the dream sequence. And he says, people get sleepy when they're full. Then falls asleep. It's like, what? Who? What?
He has gone to the Shiro Emiya school of dialogue. He has studied under the wisest.
Clearly. So that was just it's so poorly written. One note I have here is that during the opening scene, because they're like clearly trying to establish a bunch of characters really quickly, they have them all walking, exchanging the most menial of dialogue with the occasional laughable bit. I said it feels like characters will just exposit details of the other characters' lives in a way that always feels just a tad bit forced. It is quite bad. So like characters will constantly explain, well, this is this thing that this one character does. Oh, this character is like this. Just very quickly because they're trying to hammer it in. Okay, this is our cast of characters. Here is their one trait. Be sure to keep track of it. So that was just really sloppily done. The last piece of dialogue I have quoted is when the main character, he sees all that stuff happening with like all the things invading the series, or not series, city. Why did I say that? And he says out loud, "This has to be a dream." Okay,
Yeah.
sure. Have the
Well,
most
maybe
generic
he was
dialogue.
feeling sleepy, and don't you know that people get sleepy when they fall asleep?
Very, very enthralling piece of trivia there. People get sleepy when they fall asleep.
That's the line he uses, right?
Wait, he does? Or no, it
Is
was.
that not what you described to me earlier?
It's people get sleepy when they're full because he had just eaten.
Oh, okay. I thought you said people get sleepy when they fall asleep.
Maybe I did say that. I'm not sure, but it's people get sleepy when they're full. But it's like right as he's falling asleep, it just feels so jarring, like unnatural. But yeah.
I got nothing. It's just a standard bad CG show that I watched. And I was like, yep, the low frame rate. I'm not watching more than one episode of this.
The rest of my notes are just me complaining about random stuff, like how at one point the animation suddenly switches to 2D for one of the characters. But overall, that's pretty much all I have to say.
So it's really the worst of the season, huh?
Yeah, it has horrible dialogue, horrible character. Oh, the one reason why it is below Cheat Pharmacist. Because although Cheat Pharmacist is very boring, there are things that I almost like about it. There are slight details that make me go like, well, nobody cared about this, but at least they know what the act of writing should resemble. This is like the most cookie cutter, who gives a fuck about anything that is happening. It's just so poorly written, poorly conceived. It is awful. And I think that makes it worthy of being below Cheat Pharmacist.
Now it's funny that you mention poorly written and poorly contrived. Because our next show is one I fully expected to be over and done with. Like, I didn't even expect to make it through the first episode. And yet, here I stand with egg on my face and eyes glued to the screen because, much like a bag of chips, I cannot get enough of shoveling Battle Game in 5 seconds into my mouth.
How many episodes of this have you watched?
I've watched 4, which is
How?
3 more than I with 3 more than I thought I would. So, okay, this is okay. In no way, first of all, this show looks like fucking garbage.
Yes.
It does. Its action animation is mediocre at best. It looks like shit, like from moment to moment, because it has really ugly shading, and it's no good, very ugly. But this show is my trashy junk food show of the season, which I don't usually fall into that trap usually when I watch a show, I like it unironically. I don't unless it's something legendarily awful like X-Arm, where like every episode is a gift waiting to be unwrapped to see what kind of shit it is. This show is almost kind of like that, but there are moments of a genuine effort that shines through the shit that almost makes it endearing, like a show jumping up and down, being like in a it's like a kid being in a superhero costume, jumping up and down, and be like, "I'm a real superhero, mommy." And it's like you're patting the show on the head, like, "Oh, of course you are." When you know you're just saying that to not hurt its feelings and crush its dreams.
I get that completely because see, here's the thing. It's like the show looks like shit. Yeah. I hate the art style. I hate it's a very poorly written show overall. There are some things I like about it, about the writing, and I'll get into that in a bit. But like, even though the actual art is bad, there's parts of it that look good. And I'm trying to remember the exact phrase I wanted to use, but like almost, I guess, visuals in a sense, which is very vague and unspecific. But like, to use an example, the one psychopathic cat girl killer, she's on this stage, but it has all these like weird neon colors, and it looks like some effort has gone into making that look distinct. And like, there's this one scene where the main character is in his room, and I'll always have this burned into my memory about this show in particular. Like, the camera pans out, and his shadow transforms into the one cat girl. And there's a few other visuals, I forget exactly what it is, but it's like there are some like there's some decent directing here, genuinely.
I did not pick up on decent directing, but what I did pick up on was just like the edge, the pure edge radiating off this show, and the absolute power fantasy on this lad. So Battle Game in 5 Seconds is the edgy death game of the season. Not every season's got one, but usually every year we get at least one. Your Darwin's Game, your Zodiac Wars. This is one of those. The premise of this one is that our main character, Akira Shiro Yanagi, he is a gamer, and the show will not shy away about letting you know that this man is a gamer. He ain't a fake gamer, he's a real fucking gamer. He wears a fucking trench coat wherever he goes, even on a hot summer day. People disconnect on him on online games when he dominates. He's, despite being a no friend, neat in his, school life, he's the top student because he treats life like a video game because exams have fucking like when he gets attacked by fucking literally Mr. X from Resident Evil 2, and then he's like on his like running away on his bike, and he's thinking about it as a video game. It's like, oh yeah, that's right, this is like a game. There's a win condition and a loss condition. The loss condition is that he catches me, and the win condition is if I beat him. And it's like, completely, I've already simultaneously checked out on this character completely because he is running away on his bike on this life or death situation. It's like, oh yeah, this is just like a video game. If I can do this, then I win, but if I don't, then I lose. It's like, all right, you've already fucking lost me because you're completely unbelievable. But at the same time, it's this like depiction of him being the main character, edgy gamer guy, and him trying to win the day using his gamer knowledge, his incel sigma lambda male gamer knowledge to beat his opponent. And to his credit, he does, even though it's really fucking stupid how he straight up kills the fucking Mr. X dude that's chasing him down, which he has no problem with, by the way. He is like, you can make the argument that, oh, he was trying to kill me, so I'm killing him, but like, he's almost happy that he's able to kill this dude by tricking him into jumping into a metal pole and impaling him. And when he's just got all of his blood fucking squirting out in a fountain of blood, and he's kind of like smiling to himself, like, yeah, I won. And then he gets fucking one shot by the jigsaw cat girl, Mion. And and then like as he's fucking dying, he's like, no, it's not like this isn't game over, because if this were a game, there'd be a chance I could win, but if I didn't win, then it was never a game, it was rigged from the
Oh
start.
my
And like,
god.
see him, that's how he thought, like he did not know he was going to survive that, because he had his arm blown off, he had a fucking hole in his chest. He, for all intents and purposes, that's how he thought he was gonna die, and those was gonna be his dying words. And like, that's the level that fucking Akira Yanagi is operating on. So I fucking hate Akira with every fiber of my being, and I can't wait to see him literally fucking destroy everyone he ever comes across, which he, 4 episodes in, he is already doing handedly.
Wow. So the first thing that really tipped me off as to what kind of show this is, what kind of caliber of writing we would be dealing with, is when the show repeatedly tells you this guy plays video games. He thinks of everything as a game. It's like if Kobayashi, while she's thinking things through, has calculations in the background from like a calculator or something.
Dude,
like that.
literally he fucking Sherlock's in like words and kanji that show up to be like win-loss conditions while he's thinking, and like it happens in the first episode, and that is not an isolated occurrence.
Oh god.
It happens throughout the series.
I only saw the first episode. I am astounded they continue doing
I would not
it.
blame anyone for... Okay, here's the thing. I would not blame anyone. I would not disparage anyone for not making it past the first episode. You are right to think that this show is kind of bad, because it is kind of bad. But I can... There are moments. It has its moments, and I'll get to its moments later, but I'll let you say your piece about it right now.
I actually ended up being not completely negative on this show. Similar to you. Except I'm not watching past the first episode.
That is completely understandable.
Yeah. It starts off horrendous. I thought it was going to be the new worst show of the season, but then... Oh, and another sort of note I have. The cat girl has the most annoying voice ever. I want her shot. That is a note.
I think that's kind of intentional, because like she is just she is the shit-eating, pulling the strings kind of Jigsaw character that you want to see lose.
Yeah. I also have another note where I, for some reason, thought about what might happen in the future of the show. I'll read this out, and you can spoil as much as you want. I do not care. I wrote,
Right.
I think the cat girl is lying when she said that she chose everyone at random. She claims to like the main character a lot, suggesting that she could have at least chosen him for his special abilities, or it could be a coincidence. I don't know.
From the 4 episodes that I've seen, there is nothing that has proven against the random claim. It does seem like that they were in fact just chosen at random.
All right. And I just remembered the word I was fishing for earlier because it was in my notes. Imagery. The show has some good imagery. Not all of it is good. It's not a fantastically directed show by any means. But there are some pieces of imagery that can stick with me if it were good. But then around the halfway point, I started to unironically enjoy myself. I know, shocking. And I'm not sure how much... Alright. I'm not sure how much you liked the fight scene at the end of episode 1.
Oh no, the fight scene is kind of very bland, and like it has its aha moment is like whatever. It's like, okay, but like it could have been better if they could just animate action, but they kind of can't, which you'd think would be a deal breaker.
I think the action animation is garbage. However, the entire fight scene held my attention because of like the sort of it's leading up to the aha moment of what is his power. And I thought it delivered on that really nicely. So, like, it's not good. I would never say that about anything in this show. However, it is passable. So, I don't know. It's bad, but I ended up being a lot more positive on it than I expected to be, which was surprising.
So we'll talk spoilers for the first episode. Like, we haven't given spoiler warnings for any of the other show, but like this is the only time where like it could matter. But you'll find this out in episode 1 anyway, so who cares? So everyone in this show, so in this death game, they fight in 5 seconds after meeting, and they just go like they just take turns going after each other in different rounds of fighting. It doesn't have to be to the death. It can just be to knockout. But they don't care if you live or die. They just want to see who wins what in what fight. And they have these handcuffs that go onto the people, and when they're activated, they suppress your powers so that you can't use them, and they only open 5 seconds just before the battle starts. So with everyone has a power, so I thought, oh, maybe this is a way for the show to like win me over, because maybe everyone's got a super specific unique power, and this will be like JoJo's where you have to use your specific power against the other person in a creative fashion in order to beat them. And then we see that the dude that Akira fights in the first episode, his power is that he turns the stick that he carries normally into a sword. And that's really fucking stupid. Why not just, it's no different than him just carrying a sword around him. If he just had a sword, his power would be useless.
Yeah, that was dumb. I was really hoping for more creative powers there.
Yeah, like when I think of the sword dude, Silver Chariot in JoJo, and how he's able to like he cuts so fast and so precisely that he can like create pockets of air, and like he can like he cuts fire like yeah, he cuts so precisely he can cut fire into pieces and like make them into specific shapes because he's just that fast and that precise. But like no, this dude just the stick that I carry because I'm a delinquent it now is a sword, and now I cut at you with a sword. And it'd be no different than if he just happened to carry a sword.
Hard agree there. That's dumb. But
And
what about the
so-
show ended up taking your fancy, so to speak?
So, the reveal of Akira's power was, I'd say it was handled decently. At first I thought they were going for the fake out, and like my big concern was that they were going to give him one of two powers, which are the stupid bullshit superpowers you give to any like isekai protagonist or overpowered edgy main character. Those are being A, the power to nullify other people's powers, or B, the power to copy other people's powers. Like those are like the lazy ones that you give to the side characters who don't end up mattering, not the fucking main character. When like there's so many fucking isekai where they're, or like fantasy high school shows where like their special abilities that they can either like copy or cancel the other person's ability. And at first I thought it was going to be the copy power when we see him copy Catgirl Mion's turn your arm into a cannon Mega Man style power and shoot at the sword dude and beat him. But no, it turns out that he tricked the sword guy into thinking that he had the arm cannon power by doing some sleight of hand and illusion trick and like pattern recognition and like memory manipulation is the best way I can describe it, because his power is the power of the sophist, and his power is that he has whatever power he makes his opponent think that he has. So if he made Sword Dude think that he had the arm cannon that Mion had, and so he has the arm cannon power. He literally has the power to gaslight people. That's his ability. He gaslights people. And I thought that was going to be the cool, like, well, not necessarily the coolest shit, but like, that's going to be interesting because Like now after seeing that, my biggest worry was, oh god, is he just gonna make people think that he has that overpowered cannon arm ability, or is he gonna make people think that he has all these different abilities, and he's gonna like think of a new one that he needs to specifically counter whatever enemy he has? And he doesn't do that yet in the show. He has primarily just used the arm cannon, which is kind of lame, but that's okay. That is fine. That is whatever, because let me tell you something. Akira, despite his main character status, he is a false prophet. He is a false he is the false calf. He is the golden calf that the Jews constructed when Moses was away speaking with God on the mountain to worship in God's place. Because Yuri, the blonde girl in the pink vest from the first episode that you may remember, she is best girl. She is the actual main character of this show, and she is unironically the best part about this show and one of the best main characters of the season.
Wow.
So
that is some high praise.
So her deal is that, like, they only get into this into the later episodes. Her deal is that she has a shitty fucking life. Her mom is a fucking drunk who sleeps around. She divorced her dad and brings home a different boyfriend like every month. And this particular boyfriend that she brings home also has a daughter that we don't visually see it. This is the one time that the show is able to be subtle and not beat you over the head with the point. Excuse me. And that he abuses the daughter that he has, and the Yuri is able to like forms a new sisterly bond with this little girl that she at first didn't want anything to do with, because she thought she was just never gonna see her again, because she thought her mom was just gonna leave this guy and then like go sleep around with the next one. And on top of that, this Yuri is being stalked by this weird stalker guy, which at first she thinks is just he's just some lonely little loser that she tries being nice to. She made the mistake, bucko, of being nice to men, because this guy became a stalker and became so obsessed with her that she saw him try to kill himself by jumping off the roof, because like, if you can't have me, what's the point of living? So in an act of kindness, because like, even though she doesn't like this guy at all and like kind of doesn't care whether he would live or die, she's like, bro, like, you shouldn't end your life over this. And she goes out on the roof with him to like try to talk him down, try to drag him back in. But when she climbs over the barricade to try and grab him and pull him back, he grabs her and he jumps off with her together, and she thinks that's how her life is going to end. That like, all of these occurrences have happened at random. Pardon me. That all of these things that happened were between like, her mom she happened to get like stuck with a bad mom. She happened to get stuck with this abusive asshole dad. She happened to have this new sister that at first she didn't care about, and she just so happened to be nice to this guy who ended up being a stalker that's ruined her life and almost ended it. But then just before she hits the pavement, she is taken into the death game, where she discovers her power. It's really fucking lame, which is one of the big problems of the show, is that so many people have lame fucking powers. Her power is that she multiplies the strength of her body 5-fold. Like, and you might be, if you're thinking to yourself, wow, that's really generic and not special at all, you are right. But the way she uses the power, while also not special, her actions speak louder than her words. But damn, she's got some hard words to say, because her first fight is against an ugly bastard straight out of a hentai who, his stupid power is that he can smell people's emotions. Like, whatever you're feeling, he can smell and identify it. It doesn't help him in a fight at all, which is weird if the point is to pit these people with powers against each other in fights. And he is a fucking ugly bastard who loves having gross sex with women, and he killed a hooker that tried to swindle him when she found out that he was in a high ranking position in a business. And then Yuri, when this ugly bastard is trying to like put the moves on her, and she's like, all of this happened because of randomness. Well, fuck that. I'm gonna fucking defy the causality, defy the randomness, and I'm gonna use this power that these people have given me, and I'm gonna beat the shit out of anyone who stands in my way, and I'm gonna win this death game and save my fucking sister. And it's not much of a motivation, but it's literally anything. And the fact that she is so driven to fucking defy causality and just be like the one like who's be like, no, fuck randomness. I'm going to I'm going to plow through every bit of randomness that ever occurs in my life. And then she beats the shit out of the ugly bastard, because not only does the fivefold strength increase her strength, it also increases her speed. And then when she like jumps at a person and punches at the same time, it like somehow fucking exponentially increases on itself. So it's like a 25 times punch. It's basically a shittier version, like the most a diet one for all from My Hero.
It sounds like she just has a strength potion from Minecraft.
Yeah, it's literally just a strength boost. It's like she has super strength. That's the most generic superpower you can give to someone, but she is able to make it exciting because every time she goes to fight someone, it's not only is it story relevant, which is more than fucking Akira could say, because what the fuck did his fight with Sword Dude have to do with him aside from finding out what his power is? But her second fight in the show is against the Stalker Dude who shows up. He turns out he was part of the death game too, and his power is to turn his body as hard as iron.
Wait, hold on. There's no way she chose him at random. They're literally like two people right next to each other. What kind of odds are those to them be put in the same battle game? Like, there's no way she's choosing that at random. They have to pull the twist.
You're probably right. But in that moment, she's like reminded of all the shitty things that he caused to her, and like he's kind of the reason that she's in this mess in the first place. And then, like a fucking champ, as soon as he turns on his iron body ability, she fucking one-shots him regardless of it. And he just fucking like checks him in the gut and fucking sends him out of the ring that they're fighting in, and like does not even a fucking problem. Like, as far as I can tell from the show, he is like out of her life now. And like it's an empowering moment for her, and she like is so fucking pumped that she's like put this fucking creeper down in one punch. Did like completely shit on his ability, made him look like a fucking joke. And it's like, hell yes, Yuri, hell yes.
I'll be honest, I don't really get it, but that moment does sound hype. I don't really get the appeal, but
well, maybe it's just like the junk food of it being like the bare bones motivation of hating randomness and defying causality and fighting for the sake of making it back to her stepsister, and so that way she can stop the abuse and make sure that she lives a better life than she did. And the story is rewarding Yuri in the narrative by acknowledging her, and the events that happen around her are more relevant than the things that happen to Akira. Because in Akira's next fight, his next fight is against a fucking dude who nullifies powers. And like, it's so lame, and he's able to beat him no problem because the dude's a fucking idiot. And it looks like we're not going to see the nullified power dude again. But just having it show up at all in this kind of show is cringe. It's cringe.
Yeah, that's kind of lame. Honestly, all of the powers except for like the whatever your opponent thinks your power is your power. All of them just sound kind of lame. Like, I don't think I want to watch that.
Let me explain to you a few more of the powers that have been at least 100% confirmed thus far. There's if you remember the big bulky wrestler dude with the blue hair from the first episode, his power is that he makes himself invincible for 2 seconds. Just
Wow.
for 2 seconds, he cannot be beaten, and they have not. He's not gotten into a proper fight yet in the show in the episodes that I've seen. So I don't get what the limit on it is. Like, can he? What's the cooldown on his? Can he? Is there like a 2 minute cooldown, a 2 hour cool? Can he only become invincible once a day? Like that has
I'm
not been explained yet.
I mean, I guess they could do something interesting with that, like because he can be invincible and can, threaten to basically just knock you out immediately. You have to kind of keep away. So, I mean, it's kind of generic, but I think, I mean, I don't think it will, but in a good show, it'd cause good strategy.
Yeah, there's a girl who carries around a slingshot, and her power is that she can turn the marbles that she shoots into giant wrecking balls, and like that's kind of cool. It's like she can't really get too creative with it. Like at the first fight you see her in, you feel like you've I would be surprised if they could do anything like more with that power.
I mean, I guess if
Because
it
like
were better
they
animated, then it'd be cool to watch the destruction, but like, eh.
And then the dude, the first death that we see in the show, well, the first death in the death game, not the dude who gets like blown away in the cannon on the stage. The first death that we see comes from this dude who explicitly is made to look like Lupin the Third, even to the point where Yuri calls him Monkey Man, because he kind of has like the face of a monkey, and Lupin the Third made by Monkey Punch. I don't think it was a coincidence. His power is that he turns a button, just like an average shirt button, into a rope.
Huh?
Yeah, like literally he flips the button into the air like a coin, catches it, and then like pulls it apart like a parlor trick, and then it turns into a rope. And it's like I'm like racking my brain trying to think like how like okay, surely this is like a joke power that seems pathetic, but really he's gonna like find the one moment to make it count. No, he gets fucking shit on in the first fight that he's in, and he
I
dies.
mean,
He's the first casualty.
you can tie a noose with it. I guess you can do that.
And then the last power that they show off that we know for sure is you might not remember her. She's the Danganronpa looking character. The girl in the glasses who's like the class rep. Ringo was her name. I only wrote that down because she is kind of cute. She only has like one line in the first episode. I wouldn't be surprised if you forgot her. She had like green short hair.
I think I remember her actually, vaguely.
Her power literally makes the least sense out of all of the other powers. So,
Oh no.
we've already had the nullify power, but she's the one with the copy power. But her copy power has a condition to it. She can only copy people's powers at 1/10 intervals, and I don't get how that
What?
works. Like, so the way that that it's introduced is that she actually subverts expectations the first time, where she's up against the wrestler dude who can make himself invincible for 2 seconds, and as soon as their fight starts, she instantly throws up her hands and like, nope, I give up, I surrender, I forfeit. And then like everyone's confused, and then she's telling her teammates at the time, when I tried to copy his power, like nothing happened. There must be a condition for it, so it's like there's no point of fighting anymore if I can't use his power. And then, but like in her monologue to herself, she's like, "Oh no, like I'm keeping this detail to myself for my own survival. My power is that I can see everyone else's power, and I can copy it. Like, I'll identify it immediately when I look at it, but I can only copy it at 1/10 intervals. So when she copied the wrestler's invincibility power up, she only used it for 0.2 seconds." Which is 1/10 of 2 seconds. So she's like, oh, I can become invincible for 0.2 seconds, and it's gone. I give up.
Oh, that makes more sense to me now. Cause at first I was
Yeah, like, see,
I was like, what does that even mean?
it makes sense for that, but then you think about, okay, how does she copy other people's powers, though? Like, Sword Guy. How does she copy that at a 1/10 interval? How do you like? So she copies stick into a sword. Like, is the sword like 1/10 the normal length? Is it 1/10 the potency? Like, and say she copies fucking button into a rope guy. Is the rope shorter than his rope? Is it like 1/10 the size of the rope? How the fuck does the 5 times power up that Yuri has work? What is like, okay, correct me if I got this math wrong, but what is a 1/10 interval of 500%? Because that's Yuri's
Like
power. She gets a 500% power increase. What is 1/10 of 500%?
150%. I think I'm trying to think.
It's like 50. I think it's 50% is the thing.
Hold on, yeah,
but
10% of 5. I guess you just power down in that case, or maybe it adds 50%.
Yeah, like does she get like a
thinking.
0.5? Does she get like a 0.5 multiplier, or because it's a less than 100% relative to her? Does she does she go down in strength?
I hope that's what actually happens, because that'd be funny.
And like, how the fuck is she going to copy like the sophist power? How do you copy gaslighting at a 1/10 interval?
I never thought I'd hear the day when I heard that sentence.
Oh yeah, speaking of gaslighting, by the way, Akira literally gaslights Yuri into trying to be his girlfriend.
Excuse me, what?
They have literally no chemistry together. Yuri is completely disinterested. The only positive interaction that they have is that Yuri hurt her hand after fucking decking that stalker dude with the one punch. And so in order to like hold her hand in place to make it feel better, he gives her a handkerchief that we've literally never seen him with until now. And so he gives it to her, and then later on, as they're about to separate again, as she tries to give it back, he's like, "Nah, you keep it, but remember, it's really important to me, so I'm trusting you with it." And she blushes, and she's like, "All right," and then they part ways, and then literally his next line is an inner monologue, and it says, "I hope a seed has been planted at least." He is literally gaslighting her into being his girlfriend. He's trying to manipulate her into being his girlfriend, apropos of nothing. She just happens to be the only girl closest to him.
Oh, fun.
It's like, and like it's part of the reason why the show is like junk food trash to me. I hate Akira. I do not like him at all. And like the selling point of the show, it seems like, aside from like what kind of powers that the characters have and what interactions they can get into, is seeing how he's going to use his gaslighting powers to win fights. But that's the only interesting thing about him. That's the only part you look forward to, because every other time he opens his mouth, it's some stupid, like, Sherlock analytical gamer talk, and it makes me want to die. And which is why it's a blessing. It's a godsend. It's why I sang the high glories of Yuri, because she doesn't make me want to die. She's a basic shonen hero, but she makes me like excited just because I don't have to deal with Akira anymore.
Hey, did you know that life is kind of like a video game? You know, you can die in a video game, and you can also die in real life. But in one of them, you want to.
I might be remembering this wrong, but like I wouldn't put it past the show if it did. I just forgot. I think there was a line somewhere along the lines of, "I gotta play this right because unlike in video game, I don't get another chance. I don't respawn."
I think that was in the first episode when he was like challenging the dude.
Like every time he makes a gamer lingo reference, I want to like fucking reach into the screen and choke him with his trench coat.
So
yeah. The last thing I'll say about the show is that it's definitely like holding on to its trashy identity a little too much. The team fights that the show gets into with in the third and fourth episode. Excuse me. Oh god, I've gone off too long in the show that my voice is starting to hurt. The punish, like, it's teased that the losing team is gonna suffer like this big punishment, like might be torture. Excuse me. But literally, they take the girls from the losing team and they put them in bunny girl suits and have them serve the winners like tea and shit.
Is it like just the girls?
Yeah, just the girls. The guys literally just sit out in the corner and watch.
Oh
Like,
man, I was hoping
at
to
least
see...
if they put at least if they put the guys in bunny suits, I'd be like, well, at least it's fucking equal opportunity. But no, it's literally just to put these three female characters in bunny girl suits.
That is very sad. I wanted nothing more than the memory of Akira wearing a bunny suit etched into my memory.
Well, he wasn't on the losing team. He was on the winning team, naturally. He was served by the bunny girls.
Sad.
Yeah, so that's as far as I got up to. If I will continue to watch the show, if only to consume it as junk food trash. If it gets really fucking stupid and like the soup and like it becomes annoying stupid and not funny stupid, then I'll drop it. But as far as ironic enjoyment goes, here you go, fellas. If you want some trash to point and laugh at while having a good time with your buds, this will be the show you put on at a hangout.
I mean, I can kind of see it flying at like a hangout, but alone, I would never watch this. At least for more than like 5 minutes. I probably would have dropped it at like the second he starts saying, this is like a video game, I probably would have dropped it were it not for this podcast.
I think my sentiments exactly. I don't know. Maybe its trashiness would have still shown through to me, and I would have watched more of it regardless.
Maybe,
but the podcast definitely played into it. But that I've said more than enough, more than my piece on Battle Game.
All right.
Do you have anything you'd like to add?
Not really.
All right. Well, it's time to get a little problematic because the next show we're talking about is the Mother of the Goddess Dormitory.
Oh no.
So, right out the gate, I gotta ask you, did you watch the censored or uncensored version?
I watched the uncensored version. First frame, there were bare nipples in my face.
Hell yeah, brother. Much like most shows of this caliber now, watching the uncensored version is literally an unwatchable experience. I know people got their problems with it, but fucking redo of Healer, did you even attempt to watch that show?
I did not even give it a chance. I heard the premise and was like, nope, not gonna watch that. This sounds terrible.
I've seen the first episode's censored and uncensored versions. No, like the big thing happens in the second episode, actually. I've seen both of them. The uncensored, no, not the uncensored, the censored version, literally unwatchable. They, instead of like just, because they can't like censor the sex scenes entirely, well, they can't censor them partially, rather. I cannot talk. What they do is that they hang on like a shot of the background, and they hung on it for like a minute, and it was just like a minute of nothing happening, and you don't want to watch shit like that. You don't want to watch redo of Healer either way, but if you were forced to, you would rather watch the uncensored version.
I remember
much like this show.
I remember the discourse around that back when Redo of the Hero was airing. Like, I saw a legit fan who was like really mad at the censored version because they like liked the source material or something like that. You're like, oh, no, they ruined it.
He didn't watch the Booba version.
This was before the Booba version was out. I think it was like right as episode 1 had just aired. But yeah, I just had a laugh to myself when I saw that. I thought the discourse around that was really great. Whatever season that was.
It seems like I think that was winter. It seems like every show every season has one booba show at least, and this is this season's booba show.
So what did you think of this booba show?
Well, I think I'd feel not that I care, but I feel like I would have a lot more fun with this show if the kid wasn't 12.
Interesting point.
Cause like they say explicitly at the start of the show that he's 12 years old because he got into because he when he was 12 at least his home caught on fire and burned to the ground, and his dad walked out on the family after the fire, and he's just it seems like he'd been homeless for months.
Oh yeah. Dude, I just it was like when we first started talking about this show, I just remembered the booba. But now I'm just getting these vivid flashbacks of what the show was actually like. And I remember it cutting from bare nipple to the main character's house burning down, and I just burst out laughing. It's such like just such a quick change. And it's like, what the fuck is happening?
um it is a weird tonal shift. What stood out to me though is the most is that this show, hand on heart, got some good character designs. I really like the designs of the girls especially.
Uh, I remember being very mid on the designs. My memory, they've escaped my memory now. I can probably go look them up. But like, I remember
Well,
being very mid on them.
Easily the best one is Pink Hair Girl.
Uh, like design wise or personality wise?
It both. Not to say that any of these girls have more than one dimensional personalities, but as far as like having the best personality and the best design, the pink-haired girl takes it.
The designs they're fine. They're serviceable. I'm not too particularly attached to them. I wouldn't want to watch this show, assuming I was watching it for the porn, for the booba. I don't think I like these designs enough to really do that. It's just sort of, it's fine. It does its job.
You wouldn't even want to watch this show for porn either, because like you'll go long fucking stretches of time when you'll get like barely any booba.
True.
It's not like high school, something like High School DD or what's another good example? Seikon no Quasar, where they get into like way more risque situations and they're like constantly naked more of the time. Like I think the second episode, there's like literally one shot of tits, and it's like for maybe 30 seconds, and that's it for the whole episode.
Yeah, I remember distinctly. They front loaded the first part of episode 1 because despite it being shown as 2 episodes, they're apparently, at least on like Mal and Annie list, part of the same episode. And I remember the first half.
They are the same. I think they are the same episode. They just fit into like one 22-minute block.
But yeah, I remember the first part being like really front loaded with all the nudity and stuff, and then the second half, viewing it, and now my mind has been rearranged because I actually thought this was going to be like a legit slice of life show, until I saw first frame boobs and actually looked up the show. So once I readjusted my mind, it was kind of jarring to see like, okay, they front loaded it, and then now it's just an actually kind of a slice of life.
Yeah, the show does have its moments where like it teases trying to be more of a slice of life show you would take a little more seriously, but I kind of hate every character that's not the main dude, the pink-haired girl, and the main dude's childhood friend.
I don't
That
remember really having any thoughts about any of the characters. I was just like, oh, that's another character. Oh, that's another one. Cool.
I mean, they do the shitty thing where they introduce you to to like half the cast by having the main dude walk in on them in the bath.
I mean, to be fair, that is kind of the point of the show.
It is the point, but like when you're trying to, I don't know, maybe endear your characters to the audience for the first time, just having them should be it's like it gives the game away that they're nothing more than just a pair of like different sized pair of tits.
You know, it's funny that you say that because I think that is the reason why I see these. Why whenever a new character appeared, I was just like, and that is another character. Oh, that is yet another character on screen. It's like I know their main purpose in the show. I know not to get too attached because they're not. The main appeal isn't their personalities; it's their boobs.
Speaking of their boobs, the premise of the show is that with the our main dude Koshi, the 12-year-old, he's homeless for months, and then the green-haired science lady, I forget her name, she picks him up off the street and takes him in and asks him to be their college's live-in housekeeper or their dorm mother.
So yeah, that basically is the premise, and I don't think there's much, at least plot-wise, beyond boobs and dorm mother, and I mean, I guess his house burned down, but it doesn't really affect much. It's more like the contrived scenario that ends up with him being the dorm mother that doesn't really affect the plot going forward. Although, I guess maybe in future episodes he might be like, my entire family burning down in the house. I don't think they burned down in the house. I'm making stuff up. This is so sad. It tears at my heartstrings so much. You know, maybe they'll do that. Probably not.
I don't think we ever know what happens to the mom. We all we know for sure is that the dad walked out on the family after the fire. With the girls though, we can go through the list and list off their personalities. We got best girl Pink Atena, and all the girls in the show got like problem child quirks, and they're all real quirky and they all cause trouble at the college, so that's why they've developed a bad reputation. Atena was raised in an environment with like very little men around her life when she was younger. So every time a man touches her, she gets a nosebleed, and that's
she's
almost
probably
the
the best
extent of her
character.
personality.
Pretty much.
Well,
That's
she
like
becomes
all she did.
she becomes the best character because she forges the closest relationship to Koshi, and then later on in the show, as they get closer and she becomes less affected or by being around him, she becomes she decides to become a big sister figure towards him, and then vow to protect him from lewdness and the lewdness and obscenity from the other girls that like to tease him. And it's still a little weird because he's 12 and all the girls are like college age, or they're all at least 18.
You know, Athena, I'm trying to remember the one character's name, but she reminds me a lot of the pink-haired girl from We Never Learn, as in they have very similar designs.
That I was going to bring that up because I didn't think about that until after I thought about talking about the show on the podcast, and I was like, I know Ev likes the one show with the girl that has the design that's almost identical to this one. And and I looked up the poster for We Never Learned, saw the pink-haired teacher girl. I was like, oh, it's like almost the same design.
it's like the same design, but also very similar personalities. You know, the girl from We Never Learn isn't like men hating or anything like that, or like doesn't really try to be a big sister. But the seriousness with which Atena was like, all right, stop being lewd. We need to protect this child. No, stop doing that. It's like that sort of seriousness. It's
Yeah,
like a very similar personality trait to the girl from We Never Learn.
she bought like weird nipples covering like sticks from Amazon or whatever, and then it starts every time someone tries to like take their top off around Koshi, just slaps them onto their tits. Like, nope, this is a family show. This is a good Christian server.
That was probably my favorite part of the entire show, just because it was the only part that got me to like even laugh a little bit.
And as for all the other girls, we got the green science girl, who her quirk is that she experiments with toxic gas a lot, and it always leaks out and causes everyone to have to evacuate the building.
I guess she's fun-ish, but I didn't really get much of a read on her and didn't really care.
Well, she's kind of boring. Her other quirk is that when she's working, she loves she loves being topless. She loves just working in her underwear. It's the only way she can focus.
That I'm sure that's all the women in this show in some way. They just have yet to reveal each one's individual quirk that makes them take off their clothes.
The redhead's quirk is like the most annoying because her thing is that she's overly physically aggressive, and but like she gets physically aggressive over the stupid like when she reads a fucking shoujo manga and like she sees cutesy romantic stuff, it causes her to punch the wall so hard that she busts a hole through it out of like
hold on, did you
romantic tension.
How many episodes of this did you watch? Because I think you watched more of it than I did.
I watched 4 episodes of it.
Jesus Christ, how?
I really well sorry. I wanted to see how they treated the childhood friend girl, because she looked cute from the posters, but I wanted to see like how like I wanted to like get a sampling of all the waifus. I skipped ahead around in the episode. I didn't watch all of them all the way through.
All right, I guess that's a bit more tolerable, skipping around, but like, yeah, I only watched the first episode, so I have no idea who this redhead is.
The redhead, she was in the first episode. She was the short-haired, red-haired girl.
Still don't remember her. I remember there being a bunch of girls in the little bath thing. But I don't really remember her in particular.
There's the blonde maid girl who's the cosplay girl. She wears like the French maid outfit. And her quirk is that she loves cosplay so much that she'll grab other people and like forcibly make them wear her outfits, even like going as far as to strip them. And going off of the little gag clip that they showed, she like would take 2 people into an alleyway and just fucking rip their clothes off to make them cosplay her shit.
Yeah, that's a... Somehow I've seen that trope before.
These quirky, these in quote unquote endearing quirks go beyond the veil of comedy and just go into like full on sexual assault.
Basically. I have...
And then the white-haired girl is maybe a moon rabbit alien.
I have in my notes me saying there's a character who's deadpan and has silver hair. Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, that is the one.
Alright. I don't remember what she looks like, but I have her in my notes.
She is the smallest tit girl because she is white hair, deadpan, and yeah, white hair, deadpan, and quiet. So you know, Konako Gain from High School DxD, Rise Up. And her thing is that she might be an alien.
Honestly, that sounds almost like unironically interesting. I almost want
Yeah,
to watch that.
they don't do anything like intriguing with it. It's like a weird tease where she in the second episode she says I need to absorb this lunar energy real quick as the main character's falling asleep, and then she is able to fix holes made in the roof and walls of the dormitory like overnight.
I mean, I guess that's kind of cool, I guess, but she also might just be a Chinibyo or something.
It might be they lean hard on the alien thing, but like that's the only time I think they bring it up in the 4 episodes that I saw. And then the childhood friend girl Suteya, her quirk is that she has a really sensitive skin and hates being touched. Which you might be thinking to yourself, hey, that sounds weirdly similar and almost exactly like the thing that Athena has. And you're right, because it's just she hates being touched in general, despite despite the gender.
So I mean, I guess that's kind of different, I guess.
And then I don't think they ever like hard gave her age, but considering that she's the childhood friend to the 12-year-old and goes as in like the same grade as he is, there's this really weird moment, really, I don't know, might want to call like FBI watching your phone, looking through your history moment where
Just call it a Kukyo
the
Shinja
blonde
moment.
well, even though we haven't seen, I don't think we've ever seen Kana's tits in Dragon Maid, which is good.
They go all the yeah, it's I forgot what show we're in.
The blonde maid girl literally like lifts up her shirt to try to get her to wear one of her outfits, and like they expose one tit, and I'm like, at that point I was like, is she like 13? Because if she's 12, then I'm like, that it's getting a little weird, dude. Like, they're fictional characters, no one's getting fucking like hurt by this, but at the same time it's a little suspect, bro.
I mean, hey, at least they didn't explicitly say her age, so you have an excuse for the FBI when they inevitably visit your home.
No, Your Honor, no, you don't understand. I don't want to have sex with the children, just the cartoon children.
Your Honor, she might have been 10,000. They didn't specify. So the main thing that I was thinking at first while watching this show was that, you know, I thought it was going to be like a Shotokan anime because the main character is 12.
It is.
It kind of
very
is.
much a Shotokan.
It kind of is, but it didn't feel.
They fucking like lord over who gets to be the big sister figure, and they all end up showing him their tits.
You know, maybe there's more Shotokan stuff later because that does sound kind of like it. But the first voice crack, the first episode almost felt like just excuses to get girls naked and not like very specified to like a Shota fetish. Whereas I've seen
that happens all the time
all
in the
12
show.
All right, I've seen all 12 episodes of Miss Caretaker of Sonohara-so, and that's basically this show, but supremely catered to like Shotacons. So
Isn't that the one with like the big titted blonde haired girl?
Yeah. You know, it's basically
that one. That's the show that this reminded me of the most. I haven't seen that one because it just looked like pure Shotokan shit.
It is pure Shotokan shit, but here's the thing: like, Miss Caretaker of Sonohara-so. First of all, it will not get its characters entirely naked, so you know, I guess it loses on that front if you watch it for that reason. But Sonohara-so has like a few unironically pretty good characters. And it's decently entertaining. It's not good, but I made it through 12 episodes and didn't want to kill myself. This show just feels like budget Sonohara-so. None of the characters are as specific to like the Shotokan thing, which just makes it, at least in my opinion, less interesting. Even though it perhaps might be okay. No, actually, never mind. They show the naked tit, so never mind. The FBI will definitely arrest you for this over Sanahara. So, although it's a close competition, I must say.
The last thing I want to note about Goddess Dormitory is that they do try to give Koshi some backbone and development, which I appreciate that the 12-year-old has more of a spine than most harem protagonists. And like when he gets like embarrassed around the other girls, like you can believe him more because he's a child, which still makes it weird that you would even have a child protagonist in a harem show in the first place, but whatever. The scene in episode 1 where he is yelling at the science girl and the cosplay girl for being like, no, you've like, it's this evacuation that you've caused with your toxic gas is a big deal because when you inconvenience people, you have to take responsibility for it. And it's like the first time they've ever been like truly disciplined, and they develop a respect for him for that.
You know, I actually liked that scene. That was like one of the few scenes in the show that I genuinely really enjoyed. Overall,
Yeah,
I'd
like,
say it's porn.
It is definitely porn, and you can do better with porn elsewhere. There are more moments like that. Where he's like going off on the girls, and they develop mutual respect for each other as the show goes on, and like the moments like that, there are like little flakes of a surprisingly wholesome show just buried underneath this mountain of Shota. And I guess you can also throw in incest because the pink-haired girl wants to be a big sister to Koshi, but she's always got her tits out around him, so it's just a big mess of Shonen incest, and it's just not my thing, bro.
I had to sneeze.
My thoughts exactly.
Yes, you know what? Yes, let's just wrap it up there. Those are my thoughts on the show in its entirety. That one sneeze.
Speaking of sneezes, it's time to watch. It's that time to talk about a show. This is a horrible segue. I was trying to find a way to sneak in the word head in the last show about the girls are trying to get some head. Speaking of heads, time to talk about Nighthead 2041.
Hey,
Fuck it,
you worked it in there. You worked it in there. So
fuck it, we'll do it live. Nighthead 2041 is a CG show that is better than D-Side.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Barely, but it is better than D-Side.
And one thing that I noted as soon as I noticed immediately, that the 2D and 3, it does the thing where they have 2D animated characters and 3D animated characters existing in the same space. It's X-Arm 2, baby!
I remember that. That was also in D-Side for like one scene, but here the scene is infinitely longer and it's so horrible looking. Like when I saw that,
I don't get why any of the studios that do this. Why would you ever put a 2D character and a 3D character in the same plane of existence?
See, what baffles me is, like, the CG is normally for budget reasons, right? You know, it's cheaper to do the computer stuff. So why not just commit? You know, is it not more expensive to 2D animate the characters? Does that not, like, cost more? Is it just a really bad artsy choice?
I think what it might be a budget reason, but like in the way that they'll have like two separate teams. They'll have the 3D team and the 2D team, and like since they don't have to make as many characters for both sides anymore, if they they can do their own shares, and that way like divvy up the workload amongst each other.
You know what? Yeah, that makes sense. So I guess it is a budget thing.
It still ends up looking like shit because you have flat characters and bulging characters in the same shot, which always looks. It'll never look good. Just stop doing it.
It looks awful. So I do
And
not have
the wackiest part is the CG and the camera work in this show. It ain't that bad. The CG is not it's not that low frame rate. It's they take full advantage of the camera by having sweeping rotating shots and like going all around the characters, like swinging around from the back of one character, like firing a bullet, and it trails the bullet until it goes into the back of the other character. Like, they're taking advantage. They're doing a better job than fucking the Duke of Death and his Maid did with their 3D.
You know, I'm not actually sure if Nighthead or Duke of Death looks better, because in terms of CG, Nighthead clearly has the upper hand, but in terms of character design, I mean, Duke of Death and his Maid got it easily beat with Nighthead, plus Nighthead has the 2D mix that makes me want to just pain.
Yeah,
it's pure pain.
I would do horrible things to the maid girl from Duke of Death. I would not have sex with any of the characters from Nighthead. I would not give them any Nighthead in the year 2041 or otherwise.
Why? I hate you.
Speaking of the characters of Nighthead 2041, there was one thing I did not make it past the first episode because the story is kind of all over the place and sucks. What the fuck was going on with the two like brother characters?
No clue. All right, so as far as I can tell, they were locked away for unknown reasons, and they were probably like back in a past that was more accepting of the supernatural, but still didn't completely accept it. So they were like, okay, we like supernatural. We're gonna get frozen until we enter the future, which according to this one guy is going to be super accepting of the supernatural, and we'll find our home. And then it's the complete opposite. Everyone is like super science-based and technology-based, and they're like, we hate all religion, all ideas of, you know, otherworldly things, and they're like, oh, well, fuck this. I'm just gonna use my supernatural powers on this one guy, cause I'm mad. That is what happened with them, to my knowledge.
The funniest thing about this show to me was it happened like right at the beginning after they're introducing the future dystopia world. This is like 1984 on steroids. They say like they have a lady come over the intercom like this is a statewide declaration and like a regular reminder, and they say like the act of worshiping is a thought crime. Like this is the timeline where atheism won. Like there's no more religion. If you celebrate a religion, no matter which religion it is, worship is a thought crime. You will be taken down by Big Brother. Like even books, even fictional works, including fictional characters, is made illegal in the world of Nighthead 2041.
I actually forgot that. Huh.
No, I was like fucking wide awake. That was the attention grabber for me. That because just seeing those subtitles come up on the show, I was like, wait, what the fuck? And I started laughing immediately. And then as after that, it was compounded with the 1-2 punch of 2D characters and 3D characters within the same shot. So I immediately got Happy X-Arm flashbacks and I was on board.
I was very much not on board. I found myself very bored with this show.
Yeah,
it's not awful,
it does get
but
boring. The longer it went on, the more my interest took a plummet.
So I guess I'll just recap what's left of the plot to recap, because it's kind of confusing, but the gist of it is there's these guys, I didn't bother to write them down in my notes, but they You know, they're in this world where the supernatural is banned. It's no more. You can't even think that religion might be okay. That is bad. However, these guys, you know, they're going to execute this sort of cult leader. And then along the way,
His name is Miracle Mick.
Oh yeah, I did like that, although I didn't put it in my notes. But yeah, that's kind of
I don't
funny
think he
name.
was even a cult leader. I think he was just like a fucking party trick magician. And that like he was the kind of dude who like he'd put a coin behind his ear and like he would pull it out of his pocket like that. He's just a party trick dude. And even then they were like, yeah, this dude is like inspiring like people that's like even if anything even remotely supernatural. And they Big Brother comes after them. They send out the fucking super cops.
And so they go to execute him, and these two guys see this girl who just disappears, and you know the people from outside can't track her, and so they've witnessed something supernatural, and that shakes them up pretty bad. And then we cut to the side plot with the two guys, cut back, and we go back to the original two guys talking about the supernatural stuff and being like, what was that? And then I remember vaguely an ending with a helicopter, but by that point I was so tapped out and had it on 2x speed that I forget what even happened at the end.
I've also forgotten what happened at the end. I was super fixated on trying to decipher the middle part where after the girl disappears and like it was a bullet that was approaching the dude, one of the dude's heads from the cop raid against the magician dude, and then the two brothers get fucking transported through time and space, I think, and they become Tokyo Ghoul. They become Kaneki with the white hair and the red eyes.
Yeah, honestly, after a certain point, I just really did not even think about what was happening. I was just like, I know I'm not going to continue this because the characters were all really bad. I don't remember anything about the original two characters who saw the supernatural girl. I have Naota and Naoya. Those are the two guys' names. Written in my notes as smart white hair and shy white hair. That's their entire thing. That's their entire personality, with just incredibly stale dialogue to get that across. I was bored.
Stale dialogue, and they're gay as fuck.
They're gay? I thought they were like brothers.
They are brothers, but like there was a lot of weird you didn't pick up on any like weird romantic tension, like real like top bottom energy between the two.
I mean, I guess there's a bit of that if you construe it in a certain way. Maybe they were baiting.
It almost felt like 5 feet apart because we're not gay, kind of gay.
I don't know. I didn't really pick up on that.
That's the vibe I got, at least. I don't know. Maybe I'm projecting onto them because I was trying to... The idea of them being gay would make the show more watchable, but...
It would. It would make it so much better.
I think the strong white-haired dude, like, he mind crushes someone at one point, or... Either that or he just like force pushes the dude in the bar into the wall. I forget if I thought someone did get mind crushed because I remember they look into each other's brains to see what each other are thinking to make them turn on each other.
Yeah, that was, I guess, mildly cool-ish, kind of. I don't know. I'm really struggling to find things to enjoy about this show.
I've already run out of things to say about it too.
Yeah, I did not have very many notes on this. Even though I very much disliked it, I thought it was complete dog shit. I don't have that many notes.
I don't either, so I think that means we're gonna be done with this one now.
Yay!
Alright. We're nearing the end of the tunnel. We only got 2 left, and this one's gonna be a doozy to unpack. Because if you thought fucking Nighthead 2041 was incomprehensible, here we got Sonny Boy.
All right. I want to ask outright, what did you think of this?
I'll answer that with a question first. How many episodes of it have you seen?
Just one.
Okay, I've also only seen just the first one. Okay, here's the thing about Sonny Boy. It's the weirdo show of the season. It is like it's in the same camp sort of as shows like Wonder Egg Priority and what's a good example, like a way like the kind of incomprehensible show that you have to decipher as you watch.
I put in my notes that this anime really reminded me of Serial Experiments Lane, although I have not finished Lane.
I have not even started Lane, but I want to.
I did not like Lane that much, but I did like Sonny Boy. I will say that.
I ended up liking it too.
Yay.
Yay. So the thing that like stuck out to me the most immediately is that this is a show by Madhouse, and yet this is like it's got such a non-Madhouse style. Like it's the character art is really flat. It almost feels like something Masaaki Yuasa or the people at Science Saru would make.
It did feel very Masaaki Yuasa to me, because it has very distinct visuals, and I really like them. The color design is really good. The characters, like you said, look flat, but they also look, in my opinion, it just all clicks in this way that, I don't know, it's just really distinct, and I really super dig it.
With the character designs and the art style, it's all like flat colors. There's not a lot of shading going on, and the character designs looked familiar to me, and I was trying to like pinpoint why they looked so familiar to me. And so after I watched the first episode, I looked up the staff, and lo and behold, my surprise, that motherfucking Hisashi Iguchi, the character designer of Perfect Blue, one of my favorite movies of all time, had came back out of seemingly retirement, because he doesn't do a lot of shit in anime anymore. He came back for this show.
Oh, nice. I have not seen Perfect Blue, but I have heard very, very good things about it. And I do really like the character designs in this show.
It's one of the best movies ever made, at least anime or otherwise. God rest Satoshi Kon's soul. With Sonny Boy, with it being the mystery box show of the season, it's about these kids have been the school full of kids have been transported to this black void world, where somehow there's light in it. I know it's like one of those, it's a TV show, we gotta see, but like I just found it amusing that in this world that of a pure black void, there was somehow still light.
I didn't really pick up on that, but I guess it's kind of funny.
And then these students discovered that, not unlike Battle Game in 5 Seconds, these kids have developed strange specific powers. Like the captain dude with the baseball bat is able to set penalties on people for breaking the rules, and he's able to make you forcibly do a punishment. Like you have to run laps around the school, or you have to do like 100 push-ups or 100 sit-ups. And you have no choice. You have to do it. The dude with the red shirt and the coat.
All right. I'm gonna stop you right there, because the impression I got was that everyone could do that. Kind of. There were certain limitations to it, but it wasn't really specific power. And I think the powers, because there's one scene where one character starts to use his power, but it's nothing like
Yeah, like at
sort
the
of
very end,
unique.
the star mark, the Joe star, they do with the star mark on his face.
I'm trying to remember that. Okay, yeah. I
Yeah,
know which
he
character
was the
you're
dude who
talking
was like,
about.
yeah, like he gives the captain dude a penalty where he forces him to like strip down to his fucking bare ass and do fucking squat jumps all around the park. No, not the park, the track field. And all the guys are laughing. All the girls are like covering their eyes, like looking at him through the slits in their fingers.
Yeah. And so I think I'm not sure exactly the rules. I'm assuming they're going to get into that be like eventually, but I think either everyone can do it or some people can do it, and it's not just like a unique power in that sense.
I'm sure they'll explain in the later episodes. It does seem like other kids have powers unique to them. Like the dude with the red shirt was able to distort space and like make it collapse in on itself. The president girl that was with the captain and the star marked dude. Uh, her power is super fucking cool. It lets her switch places with objects. She could switch the places of people and objects, a la fucking Sasuke at the end of Shippuden. So that's raw as fuck.
Yeah, I just remembered that scene. I actually forgot about it until just now. That was pretty cool. I think a lot of it, at least that makes it a bit more confusing, but I almost like that it's confusing, is like how much of it is the powers and how much of it is just the mechanics of how the world works. Because I sort of chalked the like the penalties as a mechanic of the world itself, because I think this show is going to have at least some social political undertones. So I thought that might have been a
I
mechanic.
did I did definitely get a Lord of the Flies vibe from Sonny Boy.
Yeah, I think it's going to go super social political as it goes on, just because episode one sort of sets up how everyone's congregating in, I guess, different groups, and then one person tries to get them all to gather around, and one person sort of serves as a dictator, giving all the rules and making people do jobs, and some people don't want to do the jobs. So I think it's going to lean more
Like the
heavily into
Manic
that
Pixie
as it
Dream
goes
Girl.
on. Yeah.
I have not committed any of these characters' names to memory yet, if only because there's the first episode and there's so many fucking characters that they throw at you in just the first episode. Um, I do remember the one girl who I don't think she has any speaking lines in the first episode, but we see her a couple times where she's surrounded by cats who bring her boxes from the Amazon.
Oh yeah, I remember her. I liked that. I thought it was kind of cute.
I read up on the show a little bit after to like try to decipher what the fuck anything was, and apparently the Amazon thing is part of her power. Is her power. And then the next thing that happens with the now not the Amazon girl, the Manic Pixie Dream Girl, she goes to the captain and like they try to get her into the school group chat to try to coordinate with everyone. She's like, "Oh no, I don't want to be controlled," and they set the penalty on. I'm sure she'll develop more of a actual personality in the show, but like she's absolutely just a fucking 02 manic pixie dream girl kind of character.
Even though all of the characters so far are very, very simple and don't have that much depth, I ended up finding myself very entertained by them, and I think it might be partially, I mean, A, because the show has a lot of different appeals and how weird it is, and, it's throwing all these characters at you at once. So I think it might partially be that, but I think for what the show is trying to do, the characters we have right now and the amount of development they have are basically like rock solid. It needs to get a bit more as it goes on, but for now I am content with these characters.
I am intrigued by the premise and the Lord of the Flies trying to build a society out of almost nothing, just from these characters, these teenagers just trying to settle differences amongst themselves. And then they throw yet another intrigue hook at you by the end, where the Manic Pixie Dream Girl jumps off of the school into the darkness of the void, and then her jumping off, I guess, pulls the entire school into a blue ocean world with a deserted island.
All right, I'm gonna do a bit of speculation here. I think that her jumping off is a at least supposed to be an allegory for trying something new or unexpected. I think it's gonna pull that.
Uh, I think that's what they were going for in the flashback. Just before the school transported into the void, we have like our main character. He is the worst character. I wish I. The fact that we haven't brought him up yet at all, it goes to show how fucking boring of a character he is.
I wouldn't say he's that boring. Like I said, all the characters
I'm sure
very,
he gets
very
better,
simple.
but like of all of the characters that we've seen in the show, like even the Manic Pixie Dream Girl, even though she's just kind of cheating, because she is like so perfect and so quirky, it's like she still leaves more of an impression than the actual main character, where he's just kind of generic depressed. I think he was trying to he's trying to get scholarship money to get into a good college, and he was just I completely forgot what his struggle was. I know he was sad about his future, but that's all I can remember.
Yeah, same here. Sonny Boy was one of the first shows I watched, so I am definitely not as my memory isn't as crisp as it was for a lot of the other ones.
I'm definitely interested in checking out. There's a lot of I don't want to say auteur, but definitely deliberate directorial choices that that made the show stand out more in my mind against the other seasonals. Like there are some pretty well directed shots. There's this one shot in particular of the girl, the Manic Pixie Dream Girl, standing on a roof above the depressed main character dude, and she's standing like the weather. They established in a weather report in a shot before that the gray skies are coming in, and it's gonna rain soon. But like she's still standing on the side of the from the audience's perspective. She's standing on the blue sky part where the clouds haven't made the sky gray yet, and the depressed dude is standing beneath her on the lower level of the roof, and he's under the gray clouds. And like it's kind of basic, but like it's competent, and it's more unique than most directing done in these other shows. Like I can't tell you any fucking meaningful direction that happened in Spirit Chronicles or Realist Hero.
Yeah, honestly, like any level of cinematography in anime, I feel is enough for me to say that's solidly directed, because most anime is not like that.
Yeah, they also deliberately do not put in music until they get to the blue ocean world.
I actually didn't notice that, or at least didn't remember it. But
I
that
mean,
is interesting.
it saves Madhouse on having to between the Black Void and the no music. I'm sure the first episode saved Madhouse's budget.
True.
They didn't have to hire a background artist. They didn't have to hire a composer.
But that's like budgeting done in
but
a good way.
Yeah, it was definitely stylistic. They made better use of their no background art and no composer better than fucking Realist Hero did with their background artists and their composers that they actually had.
Honestly, just any single aspect of this is better than the entirety of Realist Hero, I am sure.
Yeah, I've got no more notes about Sonny Boy. It's a mystery box show. I am intrigued to continue opening the mystery box and seeing what's inside, but I am remaining cautiously optimistic about it because the last time I got invested in a mystery box show, it was Wonder Egg Priority, and I wish I didn't.
See, Wonder Egg Priority felt a lot different from this in the sense that I got most of what it was trying to say and do within the first episode, or at least I felt like I did. I have not finished Wonder Egg Priority. I've only seen the first 2 episodes. With this, I'd say in
That
terms
is
of mystery
very much
box,
for the best.
yeah, with Sonny Boy, I'd say it's
The
at least in being this sort of like mystery box, what the fuck is going on show. I'd say it's definitely better in that regard to Wonder Egg Priority, in that although I think I might know what it's generally trying to be in the sense of being a sort of social political thing, it could still go any direction, and it's still really, I guess, sort of undefined as to where it sort of feels like it could go anywhere from here and become anything, and you still don't have a good grasp at what direction it will go.
yeah, it's a mystery box. Like it could be something intriguing that'll entice you from episode to episode to keep watching, or it might just you'll get to the end of it and then you'll be disappointed, just like Wonder Egg.
Hopefully it's not that one. I
the
really like episode 1.
the ideal watch order for watch order for Wonder Egg, by the way, is you watch the first 11 episodes and then pretend that the series got canceled.
I have heard that from friends.
We've talked about a lot of shows this season. We've gotten spicy, we've gotten problematic even, but now it's time to get racist because we're adding in the same lines as Uzaki and Nagatoro. We are adding into the holy trinity of racist anime profile pics with our Lord and Savior Jahy-sama from The Great Jahy Will Not Be Defeated.
All right, time to just go to Google Images. Jahy-sama profile picture. Yep, this one looks pretty cute. Mm-hmm. All right, check Discord in about 30 seconds. I am doing this.
Yeah, the joke that people were talking about on Twitter, like as the show is coming out, because she's a demon lolly who I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know like what caused them in particular. I think they just compared it to Uzaki and Nagatoro just upon first impression and immediately thought this is gonna be the next racist profile picture kind of anime character.
I feel like that happens every season. There's the one show with a profile picture that Twitter's just like, all right, they're racist. Every racist gonna be wearing this profile picture.
Yeah, I half understand why Jahy would elicit that kind of reaction, because it is a little what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. Juvenile, does that sound accurate?
Like in terms of the show's humor?
Well, I don't know if it's the humor or if it's like the nature of the character.
I guess I get that.
Cuz let's talk about the shows, so maybe we'll get a better grasp of it. Jahy Will Not Be Defeated is about a lollification, so let's fucking go.
Racism and pedophilia. This is the perfect show.
Oh, that's why it's yeah, okay, now that you've said that, now I remember why it's the racist profile pic, because it's about a demon lolly who can become an adult using magic, and she like goes between the two forms.
So it's basically just like, I guess, a slice of life, almost in the vein, I guess, in the sort of base elements as something like Dragon Maid, not to say it's nearly as good, but kind of like Dragon Maid in that it's this otherworldly girl going to Earth and trying to just have a normal life. Sort of Gabriel Dropout-esque too, I'd say. It has a very similar sense of humor to Gabriel Dropout too, which is probably why, hot take of the absolute century, maybe, I'm not sure how much you'll agree with this, Jahy-sama is the second best show of the season, no questions asked. It's amazing. I love this.
The second
Yes.
best. Well, I will agree with the Gabriel Dropout comparison because Jahy is literally just Satania 2. They finally made a sequel to Satania.
Yeah, she's very similar to Satania. She doesn't feel exactly like Satania. And I think that's partially because of something that happens in episode 2. But she is very similar. Very much of that archetype, I guess.
In fact, now that I picture her voice back in my head, I need to
It's the
check
same voice
something
actor.
because-
It is the same voice actor as Satania.
Yeah, same voice actor. Okay, so I'm doubly right then.
It's also the same voice actor.
That was a conscious
By
choice
the way,
by Silverlink.
Hold on. By the way, you mentioned Uzaki earlier. It is also the same voice actor who voiced Uzaki.
Uzaki?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, that makes more sense. But here's here's what I don't get about that. Satania and Jahy's voices don't make me want to blow my brains out. Yet Uzaki's voice does. So, like, what's the deal with that?
I'm not sure because I like all of their voices.
No, dude, Uzaki's laugh makes me want to shove my fist down her throat just to gag her and choke her out just to make it stop.
I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about. I thought her voice was, she's generally well acted.
At least in Jahy and as Satania, but I don't know. Almost every time Uzaki opened her mouth, I wanted to just snap the neck, close the windpipe, and anything.
I guess that's fair. But going back to Jahy-sama,
in line with the racist PFP kind of identity and culture that surrounds Jahy-sama. The first time we see her, she is naked, taking a bath. So we're establishing the kind of show we're getting into.
I guess a little. It's not necessarily like a trashy show, but it is of that caliber of humor, I will definitely say.
And like her default outfit when she's well, no, both ways, because when she's in her demon adult form, she's wearing like a sideways bikini where she's got the full side boob, do you remember that one art meme that was going around a while ago about like draw the 5 different like tit styles, like inner side boob, outer side boob, tit window, etc.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, what she's wearing, she's got like the boob window, inner and outer tits, like all at the same time. Like she's firing on all cylinders.
She has the one swimsuit that Lukoa wore in episode, I think it was 7 of Dragon Maid.
The best outfit any character has ever been in.
Agreed.
Except for Kobayashi being naked. When she's in her lolly form, Jahy just wearing like an oversized t-shirt, which is...
It's adorable.
I don't think we see... It is adorable in the way of like, like girls in oversized clothing is kind of like adorable by default, but like when she's... Like even in the poster, we see her... The bare shoulder exposed. It doesn't look like she's wearing anything underneath the shirt. She's pulling it down to cover her crotch. Like it's it's racy, and they know that it's racy.
Yeah, but honestly, I don't mind it at all. It's not. It's like Dragon Maid To draw parallels again, although the two shows are vastly different in quality, uh, it's like the fan service is woven into the show in such a way that I do not mind it. And in fact, Jahy in her oversized t-shirt with the little I will take back the dark realm written on it when she's looking like just a pathetic little child. I think it's all just completely adorable and super charming. I love Jahy.
She is an endearing character. Like once again, she is Satanya too. She goes on big tirades about how she is the second in command to the demon lord and she will return to her former glory, and then in the very next sentence she'll turn around and act super polite at a bar and like be impressed by some like human thing that she's unfamiliar with and act like she is to save face.
See, I think the main thing that separates her from Satanya is that she's less good at looking prideful than Satanya, which sounds weird because Satanya was very bad at actually looking powerful and prideful, but Jahy is somehow even worse.
Well, because the difference between Satanya and Jahy in that instance is that Satanya does never really hits rock bottom. She only has the piss taken out of her by her friends because she's so stupid. But like she's still, even like they point out as a joke at one point in Gabriel Dropout that her family isn't as powerful as they claim to be. In Jahy, Jahy used to be super all powerful, and only when the magical girl breaks the demon world crystal and strands Jahy in the human world, then she has hit rock bottom because she's gone from ruling over these monsters and humans to having to live in a shitty apartment, always behind on rent, and having to work at a bar just to make ends meet.
Yeah, I really like the sort of premise behind the show in that she's hit rock bottom and has to sort of work her way up. And on that note, all right, first of all, how many episodes did you watch of Jahy-sama?
I've only seen the first episode. I am interested in watching more. Weirdly enough, there's 20 episodes, and that I don't know. It's like I'm so used to seeing shows have like anywhere between 10 to 13 episodes in like one season, or like when they get when they bleed into the next season to get 24. Then when I see a number as specific as 20, especially for like a non-story related show, it throws me.
The only other anime studio I've seen do something like that is like Shaft.
Oh yeah, they did that for like some of the Monogatari series, I know.
Yeah, they also did it for Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei. But anyway, I think this show is going to be more focused. I mean, obviously, it's always going to be most focused on the comedy, which, by the way, is pretty top tier. But I think as it goes on, it's going to have more of a focus.
It is a pretty funny show. I do like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think as it goes on, it's going to be more focused on character development. And I have facts from episode 2 to back this up. Yeah, I think it's going to have like genuine character development. And like there's this one scene in episode 2. Hold on. How much do you care about spoilers for this?
It's literally not at all.
All right, so Jahy, she goes out into the woods to find a mana crystal to sort of power up. And along the way, she loses all her stuff. She loses her current mana crystal, and she has hit not just rock bottom overall as part of her arc, but in that moment, she has literally lost everything. Her food, she's like covered in mud. She's bruised. She's like fallen onto the ground. And then eventually, like, she's just laying on the ground for a while, and this bird comes up to her, and she's like, it's like this little bird that can't fly yet, and it's fallen from its nest, and she's looking at the bird, and she's like, we've both hit rock bottom, haven't we? I'm just gonna die in this forest just like you. But then she's like, no, I am going to put this bird back in its nest. And she climbs a tree, puts the bird back in its nest. And then when she gets to the nest, she realizes this is where my mana crystal went. And also there's another mana crystal here, because originally her mana crystal got stolen by a bird. And so there's a bigger mana crystal there too. And what that has essentially, at least to me, what it looks like is the show is going to reward Jahy when she does the right thing, and not necessarily when she does the wrong thing. And so I think over time, she's going to eventually get into the habit of being like, okay, I should do good things and become a better person over time, and not just continue to be the selfish asshole that I am.
Although it is funny when she's being a selfish asshole, like when she's literally wrestling with the landlord, who's the sister of the woman who owns the bar that she works at for her rent money.
I love how she's literally like, I will not pay you. I haven't paid you in months, and I will continue to not pay you. It's so funny.
She's like, I'll never pay you. Never, never, never. And then she fucking puts her in the walls of Jericho.
And I love the landlord too, because it's like she's fed up with it, but it's so justified. Jahy's a prick.
Yeah, and she's like, and like she implies that she goes easy on her because she works for her sister, who I think she holds more respect for. I guess maybe she's like the older sister. But I also love when she's like, Jahy's like, all right, fine, I'll pay you. You just gotta let me go for a moment, right? I just need to get my money. Or like, no, she's like, bar owner, I forget her name, but help me, your sister's bullying me. And then the landlord turns around like, no, we were just playing. She just hasn't given me her rent money. And then she just Naruto runs out of the apartment.
I love how Jahy tries to like guilt the landlord into like letting her not have to pay rent. That was amazing.
Yeah, seeing Jahy like at her lowest and trying to even when she was being honest about her situation, and she still is met with like no sympathy, like, yeah, I don't give a shit. I know you got paid. Give me my fucking money. I think the moment that like endeared me most to Jahy, at least, well, maybe not the most, but like endeared me to her at first to get the ball rolling, is when she's sitting in her shitty apartment eating her dinner, just fucking plain bean sprouts, and there's like salt, mayonnaise. What should I pick? And then she grabs me and is like, no, fuck it, tonight we're going fancy.
That was absolutely great. Just every moment of the show, just so much of it is so great. I will say, because I have watched up to episode 3, since that's the newest one out, I will say episode 3 is probably the worst so far, but that's not saying much. It's still absolutely great. I love it.
There is a thing that I'm curious that maybe you can help me answer this, because you've seen more of the show than I have. How much do the other human characters know about Jahy being a demon girl, and how much do they know about magic? And like, do they believe
Tencho basically, she's the boss. She basically knows all, she knows that Jahy is magic, and at the very least that she says that she's from the Dark Realm. It's never really established whether or not Tencho believes that she's actually from the Dark Realm, but Tencho does believe in magic and believes that Jahy has it. The landlord doesn't know.
Okay, because like, the weird thing is, like, in the like twice in the first episode, we see like she walks in the first time she walks in on Jahy after she's lost her magic and reverted back to her lolly form. So she's, at first I thought she was like, oh, you've been hiding this thing for the whole time, because you've been working so hard without any breaks. And at first I thought she was like, maybe she was like, I was confused on if she noticed that she had shrunk at all. But then we see her later in the episode literally transform in front of her from her lolly form into her half-naked demon form. And at that point, I'm like, oh, so surely she knows that she's a demon now, right?
Yeah, I think that's the moment she sort of realizes it. but Tencho's also like zero fucks given, like, oh, that's cool. Anyway.
I like in the opening that the Jahy and the landlord lady are constantly at each other's throats doing wrestling moves to each other.
Not much of the opening really sticks out to me, but I like the first like 10 or so seconds of the ending. I think they're pretty catchy, but after that it just becomes a pretty standard anime ending.
Yeah, I'm looking through my notes right now. I think I've gone through all of them. Does the magical girl that shows up at the start that broke the crystal without any pomp and circumstance, does she show up in the show? I'd imagine she
Probably
does.
eventually. She's listed as a supporting character on Mal, but she hasn't appeared yet. The last thing I really want to say is just that I hope the show leans more heavily into its character development as it goes on, because I think that's really going to be the thing that takes Jahy and makes her like a very, very distinct character from Satania in the long run, and is really going to keep me hooked on this show and like hooked on everything it has to offer. Basically, I see potential here for character development, and I hope it doesn't go to waste.
Maybe the racist profile pic girl isn't as racist as we think she is.
Oh god.
This'll be the story of cancel culture redemption.
I was racist once, but now I'm not anymore. I don't say the N-word 5 times per day anymore, it's just once, I swear.
Just because every time before I go to bed at night, I scream the N-word as loud as I can 100 times in a row. It doesn't make me a racist. Just because I've got simultaneous, you know what? These motherfuckers aren't trying hard enough. They should make their profile pics Uzaki, Nagatoro, and Jahy all at the same time.
You have given me an idea. I really did implement the Jahy as my profile picture. Now it is time to go into Photoshop.
It can't just be like just them, the 3 PNGs back to back. They gotta be arranged in a pad. They gotta be in the fucking the link between worlds, the low ruled Triforce.
What we need is a collection of every racist profile picture anime girl all into one single profile picture. Every single one.
We give it the dark skin of Nagatoro and Jahy, the impossibly huge tits of Uzaki, the horns of Kana. We just make the ultimate Full Metal Alchemist chimera abomination of racism.
What do we call this new creature?
We call it the Hope.
What are we hoping for?
As in, I really hoping that we don't get fucking lynched by the mob on Twitter. And with that, we have finally covered all of the shows that mattered somewhat. What did we leave off? We left off sequels. There's one show at the time of airing, or at the time of recording rather, that literally just came out called Fina Pirate Princess, but that was before we made plans for the podcast, so that doesn't count. Maybe it's good. It's production IG and it's an original and it looks good. It looks kind of cool, but that's neither here nor there.
I did not know that even existed.
I'm really sorry to people like Kiko Man from the Canton Discord that really wanted us to cover Love Live Superstar, but just couldn't be asked to give an eighth of a cup of shit.
It's Love Live. Do you really expect us to watch that? I am frankly offended.
More like I love Live Superstar. More like I'd love to not live being the star to this super piece of shit.
I hope a car runs over you.
I'm gonna edit in applause. I'm gonna edit in applause over this part so that way it doesn't seem as horrible cringe as it sounded to me just now. All right, and with that, we have now covered everything from the summer 2021 show. So let's close it off with some final thoughts. Let's give our top 3 best and worst shows of the season. That sounds like a fun idea.
This is what I've been waiting for. It's what I made the list. It's all come to this moment. So
all right. Well, obviously Dragon Maid, despite cheating because it's the only sequel on this list, is both of our animes of the season, but we'll play nice and we'll give that one the special snowflake honorable god throne, and then we'll give our top 3 to the other ones.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So that makes it a bit harder. My top 3.
So I'll let you start with yours.
My top 3 favorite shows would be Jahy-sama, Tsukimichi, and had I not watched further, it would have been Dungeon of Black Company. But now I'm gonna have to say probably the Case Study of Vanitas.
Ooh, I forgot about how good Case Study of Vanitas was. I haven't watched any more episodes of any of the shows since we did both sessions of the podcast. But going off of the ones that I liked throughout the season, I'd say the best show this season not called Dragon Maid 2. I have the most faith in E to 10 being really cool and creative. For second best, I gotta give it to fucking Uramichi-oniisan because I felt the most, and I had the most joy. And as for third place, this is definitely a toss-up between do I care about like actual quality and seeing how it changes all the way through, or do I care about junk food trash shit, because it's got to be a toss-up between Peach Boy Riverside and Battle Game in 5 seconds.
I am astounded you are putting Battle Game in 5 seconds that high.
I'll give the edge to Peach Boy, if only because I think that'll end up cooler and we'll get an unironic recommendation by the end, unlike Battle Game in 5 seconds, where the only way I'll recommend it to people is to take the piss out of.
And I guess it's time to.
As for your worst 3 of the season.
I think I've mentioned this a bit before, but I'd say my bottom 3 of the season would be How the Realist Hero Rebuilt the Kingdom, Cheat Pharmacist, and D-Side Traumerei, with D-Side being the absolute worst.
Let's see, in order, going from least offensive to most offensive, I would say third worst would be Spirit Chronicles, if only for having falling into the isekai trap of you have one hint of an interesting premise and then you go and take a big fat generic fantasy shit all over it. Realist Hero for being the default isekai anime project. And the worst show of the season is Detective Is Already Dead. Fuck you, consume my entire dick and balls if you disagree. If you like this show, you probably watch Rick and Morty. You've listened to the Rick and Morty high IQ copy pasta and you believed it.
I mean, I'd give it like a 6 out of 10. So where does that put me?
You're one of the good ones.
Yay!
You're all right.
I'm mediocre. I'll take it.
All right. So now the only question that leaves us with is, what do we do with the podcast from here? Do we want to like go? Do we want to pick specific? Do we want to copy content full whole hog and go over certain shows and certain episodes in chunks? Or do we want to do something different?
I definitely like the idea of like watching different seasonals in chunks / just whatever shows we feel like. There's probably room to do other stuff too, but I can't really think of anything off the top of my head.
Well, I guess we'll save that for the next episode of Castaway Anime. That's right, we figured out a title. You've already seen the title because it's in the title of the video and the description, but we
It
thought of
only
it.
took multiple hours of recording, but here we are with a title for the podcast.
All right, well, I am NeonManta. You can find me at Twitter at NeonManta, on Twitch at Neon_Manta, and on YouTube coming soon. Probably with this video. This might be the first video I put up on the channel.
I am Ev, and you can find me in the middle of the Saharan desert.
you got no socials to link?
Absolutely none.
Is the desert where you've taken out your YouTube, your Twitter, and your Discord, and you've all put them out?
I'm a
pasture,
snake charm.
never to see.
I'm
the
a
light
snake
of day
charmer
again.
now. I have a little Wi-Fi tower in my small teepee hut.
Well, I'll be sure to come by to irrigate the desert with some hot anime content.
Why would you irrigate the desert? I just milk the snakes.
Milking snakes. Do snakes have nipples?
I don't think so. When you milk a snake, it's like getting the poison out of its
hey.
fangs.
Snakes have nipples. Let's see. When it comes to a snake, there are no nipples and mammary glands are available in such a developed manner. Hence, it can be said that female snakes do not lactate at all, and also they do not feed their young ones as well.
Very interesting science on Castaway anime.
I think that's a good place to cut it. Bye,
Bye.
everyone.